Funny, popped out with a brand new dude, popped out with a brand new team. Cause we back outside. We got these 625 hip hop station. I'm niggas Jack for the street takeover. See if I forgot Bill the Rain afternoon talking about back outside. Listen, I'm gonna let you know what November 14th. Seniors, okay? Matter of fact, sophomores, juniors, and seniors, I'll be inviting you somewhere, okay? November 14th, just to be ready for it, okay? Because I'm gonna make sure that we outside for all of the right reasons, okay? But anyway, spring's coming up. You coming up next. You do have a DJ Beats International. DJ Beats is about to bully your speakers, okay? It's Tuesday.
What up, what up, what up? I thought I would do a little afternoon check-in. I'm going actually to the eye doctor's to go get my eyes checked out. Hello. I went to the eye doctor's last week, and so most of you know my history, know that I've been through a lot of shit, trafficking survivor, all that. Something that some people might not know is when you've been through a lot of shit and abuse and stuff, it affects your, and people said it affects your eyes. So I have a lot of issues with my eyes. So I go to the eye doctors probably more than I go to any kind of doctor, to be honest. And I went last week or so to try to get it. I'm trying to update my glasses, and I couldn't really see out of this eye. Without my glasses, like the letters and stuff were even more blurrier than normal. Found out so my eye had some swelling in it because of some things, and they gave me some eye drops. So now I'm going back to see if I can get my glasses. I can't get my glasses because I don't know, the thing that makes your eye see is swollen. It's not given a precise prescription. So I have to wait until it goes down. And so now I'm going to go back and check. So that's what I'm doing. Sorry for the long ass explanation. I live in Louisville, Kentucky. I mean, I live outside of Louisville, but yeah, I do all my outreach and everything. I just moved outside of Louisville a couple years ago. Right, no, yes, thank you. I was like, that thing inside of your eye. Welcome to Summer Language 101. Yeah, so I've woken up, and also they say, like, your body, the way it works is like, if you got things going on, it'll attack your weakest parts, which once again are my eyes. So I've woken up and have ulcers to where I couldn't see out of my eye. Like, it's bad. I've had some. Everything that Chrissy said. How about that? Because it makes sense to me. It sounds like it. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing. I just got up a little bit ago. So I'm gonna run over here to the eye doctor's. By the way, you guys, speaking of what Christine just posted, so we are in a contest, and we are actually, as of this morning, we're in first place, I think. So there's a contest going on. One of the guys that's amazing that supports us, he does from now on, he likes to give back, and so he likes to make it fun and different things like that. And so this time he's doing a contest, and people are voting. You get an email, and everybody can vote for the person that they like. And if he's been to your channel, if he supported your channel before, you know what I mean, then that's what it is. So anyway, yesterday put out some, in the comments and stuff, on my community page and stuff, and a lot of you all voted today, because we went from third place to first place. So first of all, thank you every single person that has voted. I think you can only vote once from one email or something like that. But if you have not voted, please vote. All you have to do is email, and Sarge is not a weird person, so you don't have to worry about like all that stuff. I don't know. Some people are like, I'm scared to email people I don't want, and I'm like, yeah, dude, he's not like that at all. But anyway, if you want to email, you can email. It's a grand prize of $500. So that $500 will help a lot. So if you have not, please go vote. right, I'm gonna look in. I see something. What's up, Corner? How you doing, boo? Why are you driving every time I catch you? Because it's what I do sometimes, sweetie. I'm always on the move. I'm always on the move. Always on the move. It's what I do. Louisville's pretty cool. I like it. Well, okay. Louisville is a hot fucking mess at times. It's an amazing city. It's a beautiful city. It's going through it at the moment. So, but Kentucky's a wonderful state. It's just right now it's just crazy. And hi, Ultimate babe. Oh wait, I'm sorry. How you doing? How you doing? And yes, Chrissy, thank you for understanding summer language because I don't always have everything right. But it seems to be most people figure out what I'm trying to say, so I appreciate y'all. So yeah, so that's kind of cool that we went from third place to first place. Now there's still a week in the contest, so anything can happen. It's like the voter, it's like the presidential election. At any point in time, anything can happen. But if I won that $500, it definitely would help with us going out, you know what I mean, and helping our street family. So that's exactly where the money will go. Also, by the way, from the fundraiser the other day, I did get some packages. Tomorrow, before outreach, I will do an unwrapping, and show you guys what we were able to get during the fundraiser on Saturday. I think we did it. So, kind of cool. I seen the package come in the other day, but it just Sunday and Mondays are my really busy days at work because I work all night. I work till 5 in the morning, and then I go back in at noon. So it's just a lot. So yeah. I get off early Monday, but I have to go in super early Monday. So hopefully everybody's having a good day. This Sunday, you guys, we're going to have a fun live stream. We are going to have us a fun live stream. Do you hear me? There is a thing here in Louisville. One thing I do love about Louisville is, even though we're in the South and everything like that, like we have an amazing melting pot of a community. Sometimes the community don't know that it's an amazing melting pot, but it is beautiful to have so many. I like living in places that have different cultures, different ethnicities, different everything, because that way I can learn. You feel me? Like, I mean, I think we should all learn from each other. And the one best way I think we could learn from each other and cancel out hate is understand culture, which has to do with music and food and entertainment. And anyway, we're having a thing called World Fest this weekend. There's I think it's, I want to say there's like 200 of ethnicity or culture representation. I know I'm not saying that word right, but anyway, it's going to be dope as fuck. Louisville, it's the border. It's the beginning, right? Because if you, on the Louisville side, like if we were standing downtown at my outreach spot where the river is, and so you have one side that's Indiana and you have one side that's Louisville. Actually, because it was the beginning of freedom for like slaves. If you got over to Indiana, then you could be free. But if you were in Louisville, you could be sold. So it's kind of the beginning of the South in some sense, I guess you could say. It's fucking hot, dude. But anyway, there's lots of different cultures and stuff. There'll be tons of music. There'll be performances. Oh my God, the way I love seeing everybody do their culture dances, and it's beautiful. So anyway, we're gonna be live streaming Sunday, and it's gonna be fun. You You guys get to go out on date night with me and my husband. I always laugh Spring World Fest because it's just beautiful. It is fucking hot. It's the hottest day in the city. I seen the news guys say it was the hottest. Make sure you guys drink your water. Water's good for you. It's like milk. It does the body good. I know. That's what me and Curtis was like. Last year I kind of went simple on my food. Like I got Mexican corn. I got some other Spanish dishes. This year I want to go out of my taste, but like, I don't know how the fuck to say it, but taste buds, like, you know what I mean? Shit that I normally don't eat. I want to try some Indian food. I like Indian food because it's spicy. I like spicy food. We have a place down here that I get, I don't know what the fuck it's called, but it's so good. It's like rice and shrimp and green peppers and curry and, oh. Yes, curry is good. When I used to live in Florida, when I was little, when I lived in Florida, one of our landlords was Jamaican. And they had goats and all that kind of stuff. And like they would make curry goat and all that shit. And so I loved it. I used to. And so I've been eating that stuff since a kid. Oh my God, it's so fucking hot. It's like 98 degrees. Yes, it is. Yes. I don't know how to cook it that good. I guess I've never tried though, so I bet I could cook it if I tried, because I can pretty much cook anything. I like cooking all kinds of different stuff. We haven't done a cooking live in a long time. I might have to. What's up, Erod? How you doing, babe? I might have to do a little like cooking show. Sometimes I'll cook dinner and chat with you guys, and I've been busy, so maybe Friday. Maybe I'll cook something different. Have I been to New York before? Yes. So my advocacy work has brought me to New York many a times. Actually, I've spoken at the UN, at the United Nations, a couple different times. When New York was trying to legalize prostitution, I am a part of the reason why it is not legalized. We did a huge rally up there to decriminalize prostitution, but not to legalize prostitution. So I was a part of that. So when all that hit your all city, I was there. And if you want to know why it's not legal in your state, I'm one of the reasons. Now it is decriminalized, which I am a 100% supporter of decriminalized prostitution, but I am not in support of legalization. We just start legalizing shit everywhere. It's gonna turn into a red light district before you know it. So yes, I have been in New York. I was in New York for the Maxwell Epstein bitch trial. We did a big ass rally there. I come to New York periodically. I seem to always come when it's fucking cold, but nevertheless, yeah, I like New York. I grew up in Chicago, so New York's familiar. If that makes sense. I grew up a little bit everywhere, to be honest, but yeah, my father's side of the family lives in Chicago. So yeah, just a little hot mess going around the city, going around the country. Yeah, we were there. You know that big famous courthouse that you guys have? Well, shit, you guys have a couple famous courthouses actually. I think it was on like the park and stuff would be on like Law and Order and stuff like that. It wasn't too far from the Twin Towers. That's where we did the decriminalization. And all these things you can find in my live streams if you just go back. when we did the rally at the Maxwell thing, when we did the rally for decriminalization. Actually, my sign went viral. My sign went viral. It ended up on BBC across overseas because somebody I know told me that it did and showed me, like, screen recorded their TV. But it said, "We need jobs, not blowjobs." And so the news people really like that. So it made it. Solid, what's up, sweetie? So that made it pretty popular. But you gotta know how to get motherfuckers' attention, honey. If you got some points to prove, you gotta know how to catch their attention. There, Chrissy, unless Christine wants to come up and read that to me, when I stop, I will read your comment. I hate prostitution. I wish. Okay, I agree. I 100%. I'm a human trafficking survivor, and I can tell you right now that, yeah, me getting into the adult industry is what led me into being trafficked. Well, that was one of the categories of why I was trafficked. It's not necessarily all. There's a lot of reasons, unfortunately, why I guess you could say I was the perfect victim, and a lot of vulnerable children are perfect victims to shit like that. Hey, baby.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
I'm like, I can't read the comments. I was like, but if Christine wants to come up and read them to me, I was like, then we can do that.
Travel Pass saying, I mean, to be honest, everything is pretty much legal in New York now. Every street there's prostitution and they do nothing. And then also said, I hate prostitution. I wish it would go. Liam Neeson on men who traffic makes me absolutely sick to my stomach. And all those poor women and girls being taken advantage of and coerced due to drug habits. And he's right.
Yeah, drug habits. It could be drugs. It could be vulnerability. You know, just when you're poor and young and been abused and all that kind of shit. Unfortunately, you're the perfect victim. And you're right. I do know that it is somewhat, legalized. Some people, like, as you would say just a minute ago. But I'll tell you right now, they were literally trying to make it legal. And that's why we flew into survivors of trafficking all over the country flew into New York when they tried to do that, because we were like, you cannot do that. And I understand that some people say, well, Summer, decriminalization is just as bad. In my opinion, it's not just as bad, because that the decriminalization of prostitution, you can sometimes save some victims and save some people, because sometimes, hold on, y'all. You're gonna have to wait. Sorry. All right, my bad. Anyway, so as I was saying, if we didn't get it to where it was decriminalization, then it would have been a floodgate. And at least with it being decriminalized is what happens is you can go out and you can sometimes help and find victims that way. Sometimes, like myself, I didn't know I was being trafficked until obviously I was being trafficked. There we go. I was trying to move that from the fundraiser one. I forgot to switch it out. Sorry. Uh, and so it gives you an opportunity to build relationships. It gives you an opportunity to be able to educate people and sometimes help people get out of situations that they don't know that they don't realize they're in. Because again, not everybody that is being trafficked and not everybody that's being abused knows that they're being abused or trafficked. So, and especially in the temperature of the society that we live in today, it's, it is what it is. What's up, Gina? How you doing, beautiful? Strip clubs are a lot of the blame. I mean, yeah, that's where I met my first pimp at. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very open about my story. There's a documentary somewhere on my there is a documentary somewhere on my page, but there's also my testimony that also has my documentary in it. And if you guys want to go read that or watch that, you're more than welcome. It's somewhere on my thing. Um, so yeah.
Purple rhymes with orange says if prostitution was legal, the women could go to authorities to report when they are being abused.
Not true at all. That is the biggest lie that you could tell yourself. Sorry. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I couldn't go to the police because the police were also involved in shit. So how are you going to go to the police when the police are raping you? I'm still waiting for somebody to answer me that question because I've been raped by the police. So when the police have raped you, they're involved in it, or they're just they're you know what I mean? Like that's why advocacy is so important, because unfortunately the corrupt system of police, politics, and preachers is embedded in trafficking. A lot of people don't realize that, but it is. So it's hard, man. It's hard unless you find an advocacy person that knows some of the cops, that might, knows which way. Because when you do this work, you know who's good, you know who's bad, and even then, sometimes the people you think is good, they end up being bad too. Because we live in a corrupt ass fucking system that is not victim centered at all.
Yeah, just like Chrissy's saying, you can't go to the police. Many bad eggs wear the badge, and they live by the back the blue mentality, and good cops who speak up are targeted.
100%. Ooh, and I almost went the wrong way, and I'm glad. I just the fucking longest and me too. Yay, that would be 100%. And like I said, is there, like, okay, in our police department, our sex crimes unit, right? All you have to do is a simple Google search on police in Louisville, Kentucky, LMPD, Louisville Metro Police Department. See how many lawsuits that their own police officers have against each other in the sex crime unit.
And they can look probably in their own.
Yeah, they can't even hold accountability amongst themselves. They investigate themselves, then they do some charges against each other. They dismiss those charges because somebody higher up is like, nah, fuck that. This is making us look stupid. There goes Summer and her friends again, running their mouths, showing all the lawsuits and shit, because that's what I do. I show how dirty and crooked this fucking police department is, day in and day out. Then the police department comes in our neighborhood, decides to kill Verona Taylor, and me doing the advocacy I can do, and because we stand up against it, nothing. I can't get victims help. I can't get nobody help. Which I'm glad, because then that's when the big ass lawsuit. I'm kind of pushing a bunch of stuff that came out in the last, 2-3 years, all in one. But it's the truth. Then you got officers that are sex crime, beating and raping and a part of trafficking, and you've got sergeants and shit that are covering it all up, and yeah, who's gonna fucking what victim? And I get calls to the hospital all the time because in my advocacy work, that's what I do. Victims of trafficking and domestic violence in SA, if they request an advocacy person, then I can get a phone call. So it's just I don't know, dude. It's fucked up. It's trying to help victims in a system that is not victim centered. First of all, doesn't give a fuck about victims, and is part of the fucking problem. Like Andy Bashir, he's the person that taught me about the AG, the Attorney General seats, and what they're supposed to do. Dude, he was one of the first people I ever seen in my life that prosecuted police and judges for trafficking. I couldn't believe it. I'd never seen nothing like it in my life. So, in this 9 years that I've been out of everything, February 18th, it'll be 10 years. Wow, Jesus Christ. Holy shit, Christine. 10 years.
Wow. It's been a long road, but it doesn't seem like 10 years.
I know. It don't seem like nothing in 10 years, that's for sure. But anyway, I get out in 10 years. I've been out February 18th, 10 years out of,
And Grizzy, I would say it's more than 50%.
I don't know what they're saying.
Grizzy said 50% of victims don't know they're a victim.
Oh yeah, I tell the story all the time about how I had no clue. I knew, you know what I mean? Like I mean, conversation exactly what Picture and Hollow was, but that wasn't trafficking to me because trafficking to me, I didn't even. First of all, we didn't even use that verbiage. I didn't even know what that language meant because you have to understand, pimping and hoeing even has been glorified and embedded into our everyday fucking structure of life. I mean, look how many shows there's pimp my car out, pimp my ride out, pimp my house out, pimp this out, pimp that house. So I was like, well, shit, this is wrong. And then also from the community that I come from, like, right or wrong, that's how motherfuckers act. Whether you all want to judge us or think differently of us or whatever, I mean, shit, I had to do what I had to do to make money. Shit.
Like
18 with
KS,
fucking kids. Needed
yeah,
all the help I could
K,
get. And nobody adults would help me.
yeah. KSO Force 4 said that not every AG is good. He's, I've tried to get them to investigate Edward County Sheriff's Office for violating my daughter's rights and was told they don't do that, and that was in Kansas.
Yeah, 100%. And then also the rural counties. There's so many times, dude. I'll have people call me and reach out to me because I mean I ain't nothing to see motherfuckers on here, but I am somebody to state. And so I have people call from rural counties and stuff like that and be like, Miss Summer, can you come down and do trainings? Can you come down and help this victim? Can you whatever? Can you put some pressure on the police department because they're not doing what I'm saying? They're not helping. And it's it's disgusting, dude. It's insane. It's insane to me. It's insane to me. So yeah, you're whoever said that most victims 50%. I would even go more than that. In this day and age, I would say 65% probably don't even realize they're victims.
I have to agree with
Then,
you.
and then honestly, in all the judgment, like like me getting out of the life and then doing the work and all that kind of shit. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm for something, not y'all, like people that are listening to me, but I'm just talking in general. Motherfuckers will just make you just be like, fuck this, fuck advocacy, fuck the real world. I just chill where my little, what you all think is a dark world, but shit, at least I know what's happening. That keeps a lot of people stuck. Because the same people that say that they care about stopping human trafficking and stopping the abuse of women and children are the same people that participate in it, whether they're doing it by buying a person or they're, calling them all the time. So that's why when you all see me go the fuck off because somebody's railroaded me because of my past, that's a quick way for me to tell you that your mama told me to tell you you ain't shit. You know what I mean? Like, but people do it all the time. And then if you are lucky enough or you think you're lucky enough to fall into an organization that's going to help you, you better hope they don't re-exploit you because I've been re-exploited as well. And shit, that's just being pimped out all over again.
And this is the big thing Ember's saying. So, same. I didn't really grasp what had happened to me until my kids pointed it out. Kind of shook my world. But we sometimes try to not see things like that.
100%. 100%. Well, and like I said, I mean, I was at, and I've talked about this numerous times. I was at a conference. It was one of my very first conferences. Somebody had said to me, I have a soap business, and they said, Summer, do you want to set a table up, so you can, bring awareness to your soap? And I said, sure. And so I had heard about trafficking. I'd understood like whatever, but I just didn't think that I was a trafficking victim because you've got society and you've got the world and you've got so many people that'll tell you all this shit is your fault. You put yourself in these situations. Really, because my abuse started at 5 years old. How the fuck did I put myself in anything? But okay, you know what I mean? And honestly, we just like I said, we just didn't use those words. And so when I finally did, I'm gonna go shit. Fuck. Wrong.
Travel Pass is talking about New York prostitution as a big win for the Chinese community, and they're all victims.
I mean, shit, that's a big win for the for predators, because it's not just Chinese, and we got it. And yes, the Chinese, Chinese people traffic people, white people traffic people, black people traffic people, Jamaican people traffic people. If you got a leg, and well, you ain't even gotta have legs to be all the way real with you. They don't give a fuck.
Nope. And there's boys and girls, men and women.
And that's the thing too, and that's something I speak up on a lot. That's when people like Summer hates men. Motherfucker, I don't hate no god blessing men. Should I fucking help sometimes more men than I do women? Because what people don't realize is men and little boys are being trafficked at a high speed, and nobody talks about it.
Nope. And the police departments don't want to prosecute when it's teenage boys or young men because they think that is a man's best dream to have. And it's
And also
bullshit.
black and brown girls are also being trafficked at a very high rate of speed, and nobody wants to talk about it. I do. I ain't got no problem. I don't give a fuck. And some people don't like all my stance, like, and this may be a shock to some of you all, but I'm pro sex work. And what I mean by that is, if somebody decides, I cannot force anybody to do anything. I have been forced since I was 5 years old to do things. So if people don't understand, and they have to really listen to me when I say this, I do not believe anyone should be forced to do anything. I don't give a fuck if it's a mask. I don't care if it's a vaccine. I don't care if it's sex. I don't care if it's drugs. I don't give a fuck what it is. No one should be forced to do anything. But with that being said, there is never a time and a place that when I talk about my story, I don't tell you the real facts of it. And the women that I help are women that are in the industry and out of the industry. I know I help women that have never even thought about the industry and have thought, couldn't wait until they turned 18 to get in the industry. So, and for me, my stance might be a little bit different than everybody else. And you know what? I get that. But unless you're being trafficked, unless you've been forced since you were 5 years old to do things that you shouldn't have done, you might not understand anyway. And that's okay. So hopefully I will get some glasses today, with all that being said. Because these ones are all scratched up and I just can't see that much. And my contacts, when my eyeballs are swollen, it's hard for me to with my eyeballs. My eyeballs. I'm a dork. Is there any other comments? I can't see them. I'll see. I'll look when I go to the stoplight.
My mute was on. Sorry.
Oh,
Ember saying, in trans girls, many of
yes,
us are
trans.
extra
Oh,
vulnerable.
in the LGBT trans community, all that. Yes, 100%. I mean, it's anybody that's vulnerable, right? Like it's sad. It's anybody that's a vulnerable population. And I mean, it's anybody. It doesn't even really be vulnerable population or not. It's really any fucking body, because they don't care.
Nope. And
They don't care.
Grizzy's saying, like Diddy, having his house connected to multiple people's houses who were on the Epstein list, i.e., the Playboy Mansion. And he's right.
People kill me with that, right? I remember for a long time, I belong to the national survivor community, which means there's survivors of trafficking that are from all over the world. Actually, there's of those of us that communicate in England and all kinds of different places, because trafficking happens everywhere. It looks
Yep.
different, but it happens everywhere. Anyway, I remember when the whole Epstein thing came about. I know some of the victims in Epstein's situation. I didn't know why they were going through it, through advocacy and just healing and all that shit. We all found each other. But anyway, I remember when all that was going on, and I was just like, they're never gonna do anything. Then they arrested him, and then they killed him, and I was like, nothing's gonna happen. So then the survivor community and many other advocacy groups started calling for, obviously, Maxwell to get in trouble. And I remember we flew into New York. And I was on fire. This is when I was on fire for advocacy, you guys. This is really when I was on fire. And slowly but surely, in that moment, is when I started realizing people really don't give a fuck like they say. I mean, they'll get on the internet and they'll do the fancy pantsy hashtags and all that shit, but when it comes down to it, they'll mock you real fucking quick. And they'll make fun of the shit that you've been through. And they just really just don't give a fuck. Because I could not understand how we could live in, or the trial could be in New York City. New York, one of the biggest fucking cities ever. There wasn't as many people as I thought would be out there. As many people that talk about, that show up at all these presidential races and shit. I was like, damn. Then we did a rally that weekend. There's a picture of me that actually went viral. It's a picture of my tattoo on my neck. I was sitting on the stump, and I was live streaming, but I was sitting there, and I remember I was just looking. And if you look at that picture, and I'll have to post it when find it, post it, you can tell my face is sad. And I was just like, I couldn't believe there was hardly anybody at the rally. One of the biggest fucking cases in the world going on for anti-human trafficking. And people didn't show up. People were just walking by, shopping, doing their normal everyday thing. And so that's when I started realizing that, yeah, it's cool for a conversation piece. And, our trauma and the shit that we've been through is a, whatever, good way for people to say, we care, protect the children. They don't. Not as many people as you think. Not as many people as should. They'll care until you don't fit in their bubble anymore. And that's the biggest lesson I've gotten out of getting out of the life and doing advocacy work to this date right now. Because if you go against the grain or you try to tell them that their thoughts of what trafficking looks like is not what it is, or whatever, or you just don't let them exploit you, or you don't agree with everything that they're saying, you'll just be that, or that'll come out their mouth real quick. So, sorry, Christine, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, KS is saying, I'm scared for my daughter becoming a victim of human trafficking when she gets older. I'm trying to get her help now to hopefully prevent it from happening later. And Susan's very, she's bringing a good point, especially about men and boys. They're all not strong, and there's very few refugees for places for men to go. They say that, you're tough, you're not a victim, and they just leave it at that.
Yeah. Yeah. And that 100% happens. Like when I was running my shelter, at the time that I was running my shelter, including my 8-bed shelter, because my shelter, I just didn't believe in pack housing a place. Like, we could hold it from 8 to 10 people in our shelter. And so anyway, you realize, so I think there was 786 beds just, and this is a couple years ago, just for human trafficking victims. In that number, there was only 60 beds available for men and young boys. Every single time I speak, I don't care where I speak at. I don't care if it's a church. I don't care if it's a community center. I don't care if it's a conference. I don't care where it's at. I always say, and I thank the men for coming. And the reason why I do that is because I know that they don't have spaces, one, that they can sometimes learn in, and this is for non-survivors, and then two, they don't have spaces where they can come up and say, you know what, that happened to me too. So I always try to make the floor open for anybody, and every single time I can promise you, I have more men that come up to me and say, and literally hug me and cry and say, thank you, because you know what? I've never been able to tell anybody I've been through this. No one ever believed me. No one ever listened to me. You know what I mean? People tell me I've heard it all. We live in a society and we wonder why men are walking around the way that, men are walking around. The same reason women are walking around the way they're walking around, because we don't really have any fucking healing in any of this shit.
Nope. And then when you try to get over it, they call you a victim, and then you have all the guilt all over again coming through. And how did I do this? How did this happen? And what am I supposed to do now?
Yep.
And it's a lifetime of healing. You're not going to heal in 6 months or a year.
No, because there'll be time that's something else I've learned in this journey of healing, because I got out of everything I put my work in. I went to therapy. I did all this shit. You know what I mean? Like I made a name for myself. I did really good work in my community. I did all of this. I did all the right things. I did all the right things. And then 2020 happened. And
Yeah.
the police came in my neighborhood, killed Breonna Taylor. We went and protested. I got a stalker, and my life got turned upside down. So and then there was no resource. There was nobody there to be like, okay, here, I mean, I had my support like Christine, I had Katrina, Casey, Julie, Sissy, all these people that, personal people that lifted me up, but they could tell you right now, good. I had all this trauma come back and I never thought I was going to be a victim again. And that I didn't know, no one ever told me I would be a victim again, so I didn't know how to handle that. I had got to this place that I was never going to be a victim again, and then I became a victim again of something else, and I had to heal from that. And that's now what we're coming out of now. So, what are you going to
And
say?
people don't understand there are triggers, and when people learn what some of the triggers are, they go at you hard, and then they're upset. Why are you yelling at me? Why are you aggressing me? No, it's not an aggressor. It's standing up for who you are.
Yeah, because when your voice has been taken away, imagine being 5 years old and your voice, like, you just don't, you know what I mean? And so you fight so hard to get that. And then I finally did. I got a great husband. I got, family support. I've got community. I got all these things. And I just never thought I was going to be a victim again. And so that happened again. My life got turned upside down again. And so now I'm learning that, okay, even though you get to this healing spot and everything looks good and it's, whatever, hey, shit happens again. And you
Yeah.
got to have a good support system that's going to be there for you and not walk out when it's too hard. Because I'm not,
Lifelong healing.
even them can tell you, I'm not.
We're a sounding board. And sometimes that's all you need is a little sounding board and accept it. But
So,
we call people out. We tell them, okay, so this is what happened. Let's figure out what we're going to do from here. Take your moment that you need and let's go from there. Don't
yep.
ever, anybody ever tell anybody to get over it because that's part of the issue.
Yeah. Yeah. If people don't notice, if you tell me like to get over it or something like that, that's probably when I'm going to lose my shit.
Hey,
That word
I get
alone
it.
is a trigger for me. Like, get over it, Summer. Like, really? Okay, motherfucker. Because I've had people tell me get over it my whole fucking life. It doesn't
Yep.
work like that. I
And
wish I could get over it. I wish I could check it in the closet and be like, all right, I'll just pick this up when I feel like I got the time. It doesn't work like that.
nope, we wish it would, but it doesn't. And KS, you're right. With men, it's underreported to the police. And for the fact, why would cops believe me? Or I'm the perpetrator of the women. And the women cops love to flip it on men.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And Susan's saying sometimes when you are abused as a female, you take it to heart, and it turns into control.
Yeah, that can happen too. I mean, you could become the abuser, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like I've had all that happen. I've experienced all of it. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie. I got some charges for shit that I probably should have checked myself on. You know what I mean? But like you get to this point where you're just like, okay, ain't nobody gonna do this shit to me ever again. Ain't nothing ever like this gonna happen to me again. And you become if you don't check yourself, you could be the person that you fucking regret.
Yeah.
That you don't
And
want to be.
And Sissy, you're 100% correct. The last 4 to 5 years have been hell, and we just get a grasp on it like we can.
My friends, my friends not only, I mean, they went through it with me too, but like I had a fucking nervous breakdown. I was in and out of court 24/7. I had somebody tell me in court, tell a judge if I wanted her dead, she'd already be dead. You know what the judge did? Not a goddamn thing.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's the fucking system.
Well, and that's the problem. That's the system, and we get it in our mind. That's the system, and people accept it. And people like you are giving all victims voices.
I try.
No, you are,
Where the hell
because
I can, but this field is not easy, dude. It's just not. And
no,
sometimes
but
I'm just like, fuck it. And that's why everybody's like, oh, you do the redneck girl, you do this green girl stuff and everything now. Yeah, I do, because you know what? I got so sick and tired. I take a break. I mean, yeah, I still do work. Don't get me wrong. It's just in me. I'm always going to do work. But I also want to do some fun stuff. And I also feel like, sometimes it's okay for us to take our sexuality back. I think sometimes people think because you've been through things and, all these awful, awful things, you're just supposed to curl up in a ball and just hate yourself. I don't hate myself. And I'm sorry if that bothers people. I don't hate me. I love the skin I'm in. For once in my life, my body doesn't make me sick. So, you know what? If my sexuality, me owning it, bothers you and you think some type of way about me, I don't give a fuck.
that's right. They better look at themselves.
Because I'm still gonna wear what I want and I'm still gonna do what I want. And when some shit goes down, you gonna know who to fucking call. So if you worried about what I'm wearing, then that's your fucking problem. It's not mine.
Yeah, and Susan saying that someone who you think is showing love, it's not it's not love at all. It's about control.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean that's something you gotta. I've had a lot of my marriage is the first relationship that I've had that wasn't abusive. I've been every relationship I've ever had because I didn't know any. You know what I mean? Like, and again, this comes with healing, and even with all the healing you can have, you can still fucking be manipulated and narcissistic into bullshit that you didn't even realize see coming. So, I mean, it happens. You can't beat yourself up when it happens. But each time, if you can just learn a little bit better and do a little, you know what I mean, see the signs a little bit more, then you're good. If not, shit
Yeah,
happens.
you have a husband that has showed you so much love and patience and guidance. It is just remarkable to have that.
Well, that's a lot of people don't understand. Like, even when me and my husband first got together, my husband didn't, first of all, I never met my husband in the industry. Let's just make sure we make that stuff clear. But I was in the industry. I wasn't being pimped out or anything like that, but I was in the industry. I was stripping and shit. And I'll be honest with you, I wasn't going to stop just because, you know what I'm saying? I met somebody because that was my survival. That's how I survived, right? Like everybody, including my parents, walked out on me my whole life. So just because some dude is nice and he's been cool and everything isn't a convincer for me that you're not going to do the same shit everybody else has done. So it took me a while to get out of the industry. And my husband, he didn't judge me or anything like that. He was just like, you know what? He under he understood that you can't be trying to tell somebody that's been forced to do things their whole fucking life, especially somebody like me, and think that's gonna go over well, because it's not. Can't nobody force me to do shit. That's a trigger for me.
KS is talking about a church in Kansas that they blame the victims, and they it kind of like with a protest when the soldiers die, and they hate LGBT, abortion, and anything that has to do with it. And that's part of the problem with some of the churches.
I mean, yeah, but like, listen, people can believe how they want. I don't care how people believe. Everybody's gonna believe. Everybody has that right as whatever to believe. Some people don't believe in abortions. I am definitely pro-choice. I'm a big advocate for abortions, but I also don't disown people because they don't believe in abortion. That's just me. We live in America now. As long as people ain't using that, to control and abuse people. Now, when you start doing that, that's when it could become a problem with me. I don't care
Yep.
if people have their own belief systems. I fight for everybody's right to believe in what they want. I don't believe anybody should be forced to think like me, talk like me, or anything like that. Because again, I don't believe people should be forced. But you're allowed to have that as long as you're not, like I said, not abusing anybody. Because then if you do that, that's when this little redhead chick's gonna come up and be like, "Wait, it ain't."
You never know when that little redhead chick's gonna pop up.
So, baby, when I do, it's like Tasmanian devil. I can promise you. Don't worry, you guys will eventually see it. For those that haven't, I have my moments. I rolled up on the COVID people. You can go back and watch that. And there's some moments where I've rolled up on some people and made them very uncomfortable for making people uncomfortable. So,
Kansas tried to get who tagged as a hate group and pulled their religious protection
and it never went
I know.
anywhere. Who's the group? Do you know what
Yeah,
the group's name is?
that concerns me a little bit.
Oh yeah, because there's some religious guru groups that there was I know you guys heard about that scam. I'm sure it happened in a bunch of different states. It was a couple of years ago. We had some church people going around in malls and shit like that. Now, not everybody that goes in malls and tries to recruit people are these people. That's not what I'm saying, okay? But a couple of years ago, a lot of different states there were church people that were trying to groom people to come to a Bible study. Come to find out, there was no Bible study. They were actually getting victims. And I know we kind of busted it out of this area, but it was everywhere. The church, I've heard of that church. That church does have a lot of fucking issues. I've heard of that church. I've heard
Yeah,
of that church right here in Kentucky.
I was just gonna say I've heard of that church too. Funny, right?
Mhm.
Kentucky, Florida, Kansas.
Yep. Yep.
There's
I've heard of that.
there's warning signs, but sometimes people don't always see them.
Well, yeah, and they're getting. Listen, let me tell you something. Like I tell people all the time, these predators and shit like that. I don't give a fuck if they're cops, pastors. I used to go into churches and preach a little bit, and I have like a little sermon or whatever that I do. That pimps and pastors are not that much difference, and they're not. And this pisses people off. Hold your pearls. Don't clutch them too hard. The reason why I say there's not that much difference between a pimp and a pastor is because they have a lot of similarities. They have followers. People adore them. People worship the ground they walk on 90% of the time. Either one, in both lanes. The only difference between the pimp and the pastor, you would hope, is the heart of a man. That's it. That's the only thing different. So you would hope that one of their hearts would be in the right place, but it ain't always, because spiritual abuse is very real. I can't tell you how many trafficking victims that have been through spiritual ritual abuse. So it happens.
See, and
Just because you
Susan's
get out
right.
of being trafficked, and just because you get out of being trafficked, like that ain't the hell doesn't stop there. That's what a lot of people don't understand. The hell goes, I'm left with this for the rest of my life. I'm left with what they left me in my lap. And some days are good and some days are bad. And I do the best that I can. And people that love me have to understand that I'm not your typical person. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just handle me like you would handle everybody else, because I got a lot of shit. And I keep that in mind too. Does that make sense? 100%. God is this, not the church. That's four walls. So, I mean, all right, I'm gonna go in here. We can stay live. I don't care. I can leave when I'm
Well, that's fine. You were just, you're talking about the followers, and every time I hear that, and I know it's election season, but every time I hear that, I think of Trump. When I hear about the followers and things like that, and I've been
Oh,
trying to find.
I mean, yeah, and there's that, and but there's cult like all kinds of shit. There's
Oh yeah,
cult.
out in California, there's a huge one out there.
All right, let's see. I finally got earbuds that work halfway decent. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yay! I love my outfit today. It's super cute. Oh. Hey, kid! Love it. All right, y'all. Let's go in here. Let's see if I can get my eyes.
She's gonna get her eyes fixed. Thank goodness,
Yeah,
because then you can put the glasses on, the new glasses.
I know, because even these ones are just not. They're not. I need better prescription. And they're really cute, the ones I picked out.
See, I picked out cute ones, but they're just not working. I want to take the lens from one place and go to another place. I'm going to try that.
It might be able to work.
Yeah, that's what they said, that they'll try it, so I'm going to try it. And if not, they said they can take the prescription from the from the lens I like and put it into a frame I like, but they're two different places, and I'm going to try it. Miss Katrina, how are you today? And Cass, I want you to know I kind of feel the same way, but I'm not going to hate on them. And I guess with medical background, I have a really tough time with people. And again, it's personal belief. I've seen fetuses born at 20 weeks, 24 weeks, less than 20 weeks, and the survival along with everything else, it becomes hard. And I've seen people that didn't realize they were pregnant or didn't want to face the fact they were pregnant, deliver premature babies, and walk away from them when they were in NICU. So that's sad too. And then we look at foster cares. Huge issue in the United States. I just got home from work, Katrina. Well, welcome home, baby doll. 2 hour shifts made more tips than a full shift. Right? You need to figure out those hours and work on those hours. Yeah, Susan, that's what I'm running into. The glasses I like, I need lightweight ones, but the frames, but my glasses won't fit into the lightweight ones I want, so they're helping me find something. I get it. And Cass, that's fine too. I mean, praying, you know, people have faith, and whether it's praying or like I like going to the ocean, or cry my eyes out in the ocean breeze and the salt water and listen to the sound of the waves. We all have our different beliefs and faiths and how we deal with it. And that's okay because every person has to learn their coping skills. Sissy, Asswipe's been following her in Alabama. I hate they're following for his shit. Yeah. Zenny Optical website is so much cheaper for a prescription lens and glasses than going to the store. I'll have to look into that. I'm going to screenshot. So you just send in your prescription to them if you find. Really? You've tried it too? I'll have to look at it. I've never done it online. How do they fit your face? I mean, how do you go to get them fitted on your face right? I'll look into that. I'm just screenshot it, so I'm going to have to look into that. So yeah, eyes are important. We have one set. You got to take care of them. You can upload a prescription, or you can type in the details from the prescription. That's pretty cool. We have optical stores, and then we have the Walmart and the Costco. And I guess Target does it too, optical places. And I've got my prescription. I just didn't like the frames that they had. And the frames are so expensive. I mean, you pay a lot for the glasses, for the lenses, and then you pay for that. That's been going on for 4 centuries. Female used to use coat hangers as abortion tools way back. And Susan, that's the thing about abortion. Each state, taking it away from federal, it means now each state is going to be different. And it costs. If you're in a state like Florida, for example, I think they just changed it to 8 weeks. It was 6. I think they changed it to 8. I know they're still divvying around in that. And that's part of the problem. You want to make this choice, and it should be a personal choice. It should be a choice between a woman and her doctor. And since they've taken it away from federal, they're putting it back into the states. You got to travel from state to state. Well, that costs money. And then, complications, and then traveling back after it's done. There's just not enough support. And whatever government does, they build a black market for this. They do. And you're going to have untrained, unsupervised physicians doing this. And how many more women are going to lose their lives because of it? So it's got to go back federal and keep it. And they've got to stop saying, they can control a woman's body. Nope. She's a looking good there. I know. And Susan, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it because you travel state to state. I don't see anyone making it straight, making it right. There's not enough states to get the three-fourths vote for them to make it federal. Well, we have to fight. I'm not childbearing years. I will tell you, I'm not childbearing years. But I have daughter-in-laws, sons, granddaughters, neighbors. I can't just stop fighting for it. I can't stop emailing my governor and representatives.
Did you hear how the other party now is trying to say that if a federal ban came across, if they get in office, then they're not going to do it? Now they're trying to say that be friendly with the whole topic of women's rights. Trump is.
What does be friendly mean? I'm gonna have to figure out what this be friendly means to women's rights. Yeah, honestly, it wasn't for abortion issue. I think Trump would have won the election easy, but I think because of this, he'll lose. There's a few other things that because of he could have had this in the bag, travel pass, in my opinion, could have had it in the bag, but he doesn't shut his mouth. You need 26 of the 28 to ratify it as a constitutional right. You're correct. And like I said, and depending upon who gets in and, the different, I know, like, my governor's not up, but my senators are. One of them is. And we got to choose carefully, very carefully, on who we're voting for. We still have people that, oh, I'm Republican, they go straight down, whether it's good for us or not, whether it's good for your neighbor or not. UK not running our organs, but they are running speech, but only a matter of time. Probably. And people say, oh, these late term abortions. I have to break the news to these people. If they look at the facts, there are very few late term abortions. And the majority of late term abortions are due to the mother's health or the fetus. Something is wrong, something's not growing. So many different things that the fetus may not make it to term, and if it does, it may take the mother's life. And I have always been trained. You have a woman coming in that is pregnant, that you always save the mother first. Always. And it hasn't changed. You save the mother's life first because she is the one breathing in here. Katrina says, I will tell you medical abortion are the way to go. Order from home with consult. Everything gets mailed to you and it happens in the privacy of your home. Correct, Katrina. Problem is, there is a problem because the medical abortions, after a certain time, it's not going to work. It's going to be a failed abortion. So we have to be careful with that. But I do agree. If we would make medical abortion more, as they say, friendly for women's rights, then you're going to have more women acting before it gets to that time. The pills won't work for late term abortion unless they are super high deadly doses, so they can't even use that argument. You're right, they can't. I'm seeing them saying they're leaving the USA before they would do an abortion. The only way to vote is the right people into the state government. You're right. You've got to start working locally and in your state. Republicans using propaganda news for votes. No clinics are talking about risk of late. No, they're not. They've kind of let it go to wayside. And Trump knows if he starts speaking out more on abortions and women's rights, it's going to take it completely away from him. Completely away. Right. It def has to have its time limits. You are 100% correct. You know, and it's simple to identify time on how far you are. Order an ultrasound, and then you have to deal with people looking for your medical information. Here we go. You
Yeah,
know,
that's
taking it away.
yeah, that's what well, the AG Daniel Cameron, he was planning to be the governor and he didn't win. For lots of reasons, but we made sure he didn't win. But anyway, that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to, if another woman went to another state, he was going to pull all their medical records. Like, no, we ain't doing none of that. We're not doing that. And we actually are still fighting for different things because here we actually voted for women to be able to have the right. And but it's still being caught up in courts and shit like that. So when they leave it up to the states and then the states vote for everything to be the way it is and then the states don't abide by that, there's a problem.
KS wants to know, did Cameron ruin his political career?
He did. He did, between what he did not do for Breonna Taylor, for what he did not do for people in the rural areas, and then what he tried to do with women's rights. Oh yeah, he out of here. And that's a big deal because this is a red state. So that really shows you that parties will cross lines on this topic. And they have.
And Susan, you're right. My first child my first child, I didn't know I was pregnant until 22 weeks. I didn't. And then my
Most
fourth
women do not
child,
know.
yeah. And even my fourth child, and mind you, this is my fourth pregnancy. I was working in labor and delivery. I did not know I was pregnant until 17 weeks when I went in for a regular pap smear, and the doctor's like, you know, you're pregnant. I'm like, no, I'm not. How'd that happen? He said, well, Christine, you know how that happens. That was
I've had
funny.
a couple of those. I've had a couple. I remember with Brittany, the doctors came in because I was having all kinds of issues, and they came in. They gave me because of my body. I have a bunch of back issues and stuff, and so I was like, man, my back was just killing me. And they ended up giving me some morphine in my IV. And so I'm sitting there, and the nurse runs in. She rips the IV out of my arm. She's like, "You're pregnant." I said, "But you got the wrong paperwork. That's the girls next door." I was like, "I'm not fucking pregnant." She was like, "Sweetie," she's like, "You're almost 20 weeks pregnant." I was like, "What?"
Well,
So I know
my
a lot of
husband had a
women don't have.
vasectomy.
Yeah, but it still can happen, as we know that have because I, working in the OR, I learned all about vasectomies and how the chances that they do come undone.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. A lot of women don't know when they sit there and do this 8-week thing. Most women don't even know they're pregnant in 8 weeks. Like,
You're right.
most women's periods are so irregular because of stress and diet and exercise and all these other things that, just because you're, 8 weeks, you're like, man, my period's probably just jacked up. You know what I mean? Most women deal with that.
Well, my first one, I had a period every month.
Yeah, that too. Yep, 100%.
Just thought I was gaining some weight.
Well, that's how I was when I had my ectopic pregnancy. I had 2 ectopics. I had one ectopic that we caught early enough, and it was, it sucked, but we were able to do it without any major issues. The second one, they were doing my blood, making sure my numbers were going up. My numbers were going up, and so they thought it was a healthy pregnancy. Well, then one day my side of my uterus exploded, and I had to have emergency surgery because I was internally bleeding. I almost died.
Yep. And
your cat's a prime example.
Yeah. I was getting ready to say, remember when the cat, you were going to get it fixed, but found out it's delivering a baby.
Oh my God. I got my male cat fixed, and I didn't, again, I know about vasectomies, but I don't know. I guess I thought it was different with animals. And so I got him fixed, brought him home. He healed up. In like a week, he was good. The next week, she was fucking pregnant again. I was like, his nuts just got clipped. How did he get pregnant? The veterinarian was like, sweetie, that's why we tell you to keep them separated for 6 weeks. I was like, what?
I know,
so he had a
right?
little dribble
Oh
left over, and he had 8 kittens.
I
My husband.
relate.
Remember when I had to tell Curtis? I was like, Curtis, the cats are pregnant. He's like, no, they're not. He's like, you got them fixed. I was like, they're pregnant. He was like, what?
Oh, that happens. Yes, it does.
Yeah, tubal pregnancies are very scary. The first, like I said, the first one wasn't that bad because we were able to catch it pretty early. But the second one, you know what I mean? Like it went for a while. I went for a couple different blood tests, and they're like, "Oh, your numbers are going up. Everything's great. You know, whatever." And so, and then I was laying in bed one day, and I mean, I felt like somebody took my stomach and gutted me, and just kept stabbing me and stabbing me and stabbing me. All I remember is being rushed to the ER. Bye, babe. Love you. And laying back. You know that show ER that used to come on, and how when they would come on, it was always somebody on the gurney, and they showed the lights going real fast, like down the hallway. That's all I remember seeing is all the hospital lights, and then I went into surgery. I almost died.
Yep. Well, and you
That was
risk
that
that.
was like the yeah. That was
Your
the third
numbers,
time I
your
almost died
numbers,
during childbirth.
yeah, your numbers on a tubal pregnancy will continue to go up. Problem is, once
Hmm.
that embryo gets to a certain age, like 8 to 10 weeks,
Yep.
that's when you realize there's a problem.
Yep. Yeah. And then my first daughter, they gave me, I had to have, because she was 12 and a half pounds. And so I had to have a C-section. And they kept giving me all these drugs. They numbed my belly. They put something in my back, all this shit. And I kept feeling it. They would poke me. You know how they poke you right before they cut you open? They're like, can you feel this? I'm like, yes, I can feel it. It hurts. So they ended up giving me too much drugs and my heart stopped. When they pulled Amani out, I seen her and I looked at her. And then I didn't wake up until 4 o'clock the next day. My heart stopped. So yeah, pregnancy is hard on women. Just saying, it can kill you.
Yeah, and that's the thing when they're saying, well, if it's going to be risk of the mom, well, no, because you don't know that risk, and they're not listening, especially if it's not your first one. They don't know the risk that you went through the first time, and
Hmm.
some women don't want to go through that risk because they do have another child at home.
Yeah. Well, I remember they told me, um, they said that after the two, because what was even crazier with mine is they ended up having to take the first one. It wasn't as traumatic, but they still had to take my tube, and they leave this little bitty piece of tube that is behind. So the second time, I was an experiment, a science project, because they're like one in I don't know however many get re-pregnant in that little tube. It's very very rare that happens. Well, that's what I got pregnant in. So yeah. And then after I had that one, after my uterus erupted, and they were like, "All right, you're never going to have another kid again." They lied because I was pregnant two more times, and one of the births went all the way through because we got Serenity here. So I had I had a baby with one tube because I'm that fucking fertile.
And some women are more fertile. But even what they're
Yeah.
trying to do
I mean,
with
I've been pregnant
IVF,
since I've been pregnant since then because after Serenity was born, I got my one tube tied. But me and Curtis have had 5 miscarriages since Serenity was born.
and
So,
again, when they're talking about these abortions, spontaneous miscarriages are classified as a spontaneous abortion.
well,
Are they
and
gonna are
I
they
told you.
gonna put you in jail for that?
Well, when I remember the first time I went to the hospital and me and my ex went into because I was pregnant and then I started bleeding and stuff, so we went to the emergency room. And they came in and said, you're in the process of having a miscarriage. We're sorry, da 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 da. Just go home, rest, and come back if the bleeding gets bad or whatever. And so they give me my paperwork, and me and my ex went to go walk out of the hospital. And as I was in the ER, I looked down at my paperwork because I hadn't looked at it before, and it said abortion. And I about lost my shit because I was like, hold the fuck up. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? I was like, I didn't have a fucking abortion. I had a miscarriage. And they said, no, sweetie, it's called da 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 da. So that was an education for me. So that's why they attack, in my opinion, that's why they attack women that have miscarriages because they're blaming it on us. That's why women have been prosecuted or charged. I think the case ended up being dropped, but a woman was charged for miscarriage.
Yep. Well, I don't know. I know, for example, my insurance don't cover birth control
Yeah, a lot
because
don't.
I
A
work
lot of
for a
prescriptions.
religious hospital.
Oh shit, my bad.
Oh no, it's okay. It's a one. They want to control IVF. They want to
Mhm.
control birth control, and they want to control women's rights to reproduction.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
It's
See,
fucking.
Susan went in, had surgery to remove part of the ear because of the oil, all the hearing, and that's when they found out she was 3 months pregnant. Came out of the hospital on
Yeah.
steroids.
Happens all the time.
Yep.
Like I said, it's not.
Yeah. Kaya, I've had 4 C-sections, and it's horrible every time. And it is what you do. And the third one, trust me, was not planned. My 3 older boys are all 3 years apart, 2.5 to 3 years apart. And then 9 years later, here I have this other child, and I was full into my career, had the other boys situated. I was done. And then here I am.
Oops, I just walked all behind me. Ouch.
Have you seen the doctor yet? Your eyes
No,
okay? Oh,
no, I
okay.
haven't seen him yet. It'll take
That's okay.
once he calls me. I'll be. I think I'm the next one back. Once he calls me, it'll only take like 5 minutes. I was like, I just wanted to hear say, okay, you can get your glasses today, so I can pick them out
Hmm.
because it's still going to be another week before I get them.
Yeah. Um, Travel pass. I'm in Florida.
Yeah, C sections are hard. I've had 6 C-sections too. So like when people are like, Summer, you're very headstrong when it comes to women's rights, and I do, and I am because I've had a stillborn, I've had miscarriages, I've had tubal pregnancies, I've had C-sections, you know what I mean? Like I've had, as beautiful as pregnancy is, I've had a lot of nightmares when it comes to it as well.
Yep. Oh, KS. I wanted my tubes tied, and I had a doctor tell me that I had to get my husband's consent. I almost lost my shit.
Yeah, yep. And Salt said my mom refused to put me on birth control at 15 with my boyfriend who was 19. Then I had to have a baby. I had to have a baby and place it for adoption. Control of all forms are crazy. 100%. I agree, and that's why when people don't understand, because they'll be like, "Summer, how can you have been through everything you've been through?" And you know, you say that you're pro, whatever. And I'm like, because you have to understand, I don't believe people should be forced to do anything and forced to have a baby, forced to anything. I don't, mm-mm. It's control. Control and power is what's wrong with this fucking world.
Government overreach.
Yep. Whether it's the government, whether it's whoever, you know what I mean? Like, nah, you just can't do, like, and even in Salt's situation, yeah, she might have been 15 years old, but you know what I mean? Like, help her. Put her on
Right?
birth control if that's what she needs. You know what I mean? Like that shit kills me when parents are just like, no, I'll never do something like that. And I'm like, you know what? You're a fucking idiot. You're setting your child up for fucking failure. You're gonna put
Yep.
them in situations that they shouldn't or don't have to be in. Stop doing that shit because you don't feel comfortable. No one cares if you feel comfortable or not. You've already lived your life. Do for you what your parents wouldn't do for you. How about that?
That's why I look at it with my boys. And I think they all turned out pretty damn good.
Oh yeah, and speaking of the tube ties thing, I've also experienced that as well because I'll be honest, I didn't really want kids, right? I have 10 kids, so clearly we got kids. But I was okay with having a couple, but after like, I think it was my first two, I was like, and I'm glad I didn't, but I wanted to get my tubes tied. And they said, well, you're not old enough, you're not married, you don't have enough children. So then I did again right before let's see, Isabella. So I had 4 by then, and they still wouldn't let me do it because they said that I wasn't married. Um, so, and it took me literally almost dying for them to finally tie my tube. And I only had one tube. They put me through all of that, and then finally let me tie my tube.
Yep. Hey, but a man can get a vasectomy without his spouse consenting.
One,
Just saying.
100% Salt. 100%. And I want to say too, thank you for everybody that has, because these have been some topics we've been talking about. I really didn't expect to get into all that, but sometimes that's how it happens around here. I just get to chatting about things, and then we're talking about real life. But I want to say thank you to everybody that has shared their stories. I don't take that lightly. I believe that it's an honor, even if it's a bad experience. It's still an honor when somebody shares their experience, because you don't have to do that, but people can learn that way. So I want to say thank you to everybody in the comments that shared their personal experiences today. And that's how we get ahead of everything. It's not for sympathy. It's not for look at me. It's not for any of that shit. It's for so people are aware and understand, because a lot of people just they'd rather understand and listen to whatever the news is telling you. And this is real fucking life, man. This is real life. This is real shit that women and men go through. I love you too, Chris. When our son was born, he needed a shut put in. Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. Like they should have never even had to do that. She was there at the hospital. She should have been able to be like, yeah, let's do this. You know what I mean? So it's just too much. Too much.
Sissy, you are
It's,
100% correct.
yeah, everybody should be able to get birth control. And people make it so hard. I remember so many times there's been I mean, now there are situations now to where we are able in some situations to help, um, because of the different forms of stuff that came out to be able to birth control and different shit like that. But even people even during my outreaches and stuff like that, like I give out. Listen, people always laugh at me because I give out condoms. I don't care. I don't care. I give out condoms to any and everybody. Sometimes that's the only line of protection people have, because that's the only line of protection they can get. And I believe in protection, whether it's a condom, a birth control, or a firearm. Be equipped, people.
Be equipped, whatever situation.
I'm just saying.
Clumping those three together. I'm like, wait a minute, where did we just go?
I wish girls would get the birth control. Yeah, I think in some situations that's not a bad idea. And obviously each birth control is different because of all the different hormones everybody has. But yeah, we should not be in 2024. We shouldn't be having conversations to completely stop birth control. We should be having conversations to support. And people are like, well, you're giving them a pass. Let me tell you something. I want you all to think about not if you were forced. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. But the first time you willingly wanted to have intercourse, have sex. Did anything your mama or daddy said matter to you? Amber? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, hell no. I mean, I talked with my boys, and when they started reaching the age of where there's a possibility of having sexual intercourse, I put condoms in my house. My husband looked like I was out of my ever loving mind. But it's okay because I can be out of my ever loving mind. It helps people. It helps people become safe. More people should hand out condoms and Plan B. Not everyone is ready to be a parent or have to deal with it. You're right, but Chaos, here's part of the problem, and it's getting better. And I parents need to be parents, but they also need to be open to their children and remember how it was like when they were growing up. I mean, I had to put myself into a situation because I grew up totally different than my children, but I think I was a more open person, and some of the things that happened to me growing up didn't want my boys to be involved with it. So I made sure that there were condoms in my home. I wasn't ready to be a grandma in my early 30s. My boys would not have been ready to be fathers. And right now, I have two sons. Well, two of my four sons. One of them has full custody of his girls, and the other son has the majority of custody of his girl. And it's because the parenting skills Just because you're female or just because you're male, you don't walk away. And just because you're female don't mean you're ready to become a mother. It just doesn't. And Katrina, I gave my son condoms before he was sexually active. He was like, what am I going to do with these? I said, practice wearing them for when the time comes. Katrina did the same thing. I am in North Florida Travel Pass, and yeah, when I moved here from Minnesota, healthcare was different, and in today's world, it's totally different. And a lot of it has to do, there's been like nursing shortages since the 80s, 90s. You can't get enough staff, and hospitals want to make money. So you will work short staffed, underpaid. And when I moved from Minnesota to Florida, I took a $20 an hour pay cut. That was hard. I refused to work at first because I was not taking that kind of a pay cut. And they used to say, well, you don't have state tax. Well, that didn't make up for the $20 I walked away from, but I chose to live in Florida and I'm paying for the sunshine, the sand, and the ocean. Pretty much, that's it. Yeah, sissy. Started having talks with sex way before the boys had girlfriends. I did too. Told my son never to go to a small room with a strange man to confess about masturbation. Oh my gosh, Salt, you are 100% correct. 100%. And my boys knew, and I believe if there's a closed door, you don't just walk in. Always knock. And my children had that privacy. And I think that's what we need to do. We need to know what our children are doing, but we need to be able to give them privacy. And when I say privacy, when they're in their bedrooms, stay out. You know, maybe gently knock on the door like I did a couple times. They're yell okay in there, and I walk away. You know, but you got to stay out. Yeah, I don't understand why Florida's wages stay so low. The cost of living is so high in the past few years. I think that contributes to the service being worse. Oh, travel pass, you're 100. Even the service industry, when you go to a restaurant, I remember 5 years ago even, I can go to a restaurant and be seated in 15 minutes and get great service. Now I go to a restaurant and I may wait an hour and I may not get the fine service. Chaos. Katrina also showed son's pictures of STDs, really gross ones. Hey, want to see something? Show him. Ew, mom, what is that? It's very, oh my gosh. Katrina, right? And I've always told them, you know, pregnancy you can deal with, but an STD may kill you. And that, I don't care if the girl's in birth control, not birth control, wear a condom. Not until you actually know you found the love of your life. And my boys, I've had them tested. I talk them in. They will have, sex partners, and even though they say, well, this, that, and everything else, you still need to be tested. And that's one of the things with even Planned Parenthood that is a good option in our country, and they want to take that away and stop the funding. Okay, I have to laugh. I have chickens. Oh my gosh, I can't do this. I have chickens, and in the evenings we put them in like a cage, big kennel type thing, so that the critters don't come and get my chickens. I have this one chicken, I have one chicken that won't go into the kennel, and my husband's walking around the kennel trying to catch this chicken. Sorry, I just went. He gave up and he's going to sit down and wait for the chicken to come to him. It is hilarious. Anyway, sorry, Sissy. Yes, we have full custody of my grandson, and y'all know I'm raising him. And Sissy, my oldest, one of my sons, I had his daughter for a while, for 6 years, and pretty much kind of raised her. And now he's such a great dad. Privacy at home, not on the streets. The last two were born in my 40s. I worry I tracked them. Well, and that's okay. And that's why I said, phone, social media, you have to check that. I mean, certain things, yes, I believe in privacy, and I believe in that you can be your child's friend. And I don't mean friend as, oh, I'm gonna let everything go. Uh-oh, maybe we got it. No.
Now I gotta wait for the doctor to call me back. I just got the air and all that put in my eyes.
Um,
But she was telling me about. She's like, girl. She said. She said you be having swollen inflammation. I said, yes, ma'am. She said, I be making this tea. She's like, it's really, really good. She's like, I'm starting a business and everything. She gave me her number. I said, shit, I'll check you out. I was like, I love all
mhm.
natural shit. Because sometimes all natural, well, not sometimes, all natural stuff works.
Oh, absolutely.
I ain't getting married as much. Kids ain't getting married as much as they. I'm not even married. Been there 25 years. Yeah, I never thought I'd get married. I've been married 15 years, 16 together. We're going on 16, 17 together in January. So, well, December will be 17 together. January will be 16 married. My birthday is my anniversary. But I didn't think I was going to get married. And Katrina's right, a lot of kids ain't getting married. Sorry, I'm jumping in on y'all's conversation.
No, that's fine. I have three sons, and only one of them's married. One of them has been living with somebody, and they have three kids.
Mm.
They claim they don't need the piece of paper. I'm like, okay.
Oh, look, okay. I just wanted to say Dolan needs Pampers lunches.
I know.
I love her. And then also to our new member cousin, what's up? Salute, salute. Thank you for joining, sweetie. I was driving, so I didn't see. I mean, I seen Gina, but I didn't see what she said. That's fucking great.
I know. I really enjoy cousin. I kind of been visiting for a while there, and I'm really starting to like him.
Yeah, yeah, he's cool. He's cool. We got a pretty good, crowd of people that come through. I
Yeah,
love all the new connections and friendships we've made in the last couple of weeks.
and I'm kind of blue and can post your links.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, anybody that wants their page shared, if you have a page or anything like that, just let one of my mods. Huh? Yes, ma'am. Let one of my mods know and they'll share your pages for you because that's what we do around here. It's all about helping each other out, promote what you're doing.
That's what cousin does too. He let him share. I love that. Yes, CA, we're having a great time today. How are you? That is our troll. He's nice. CA's been around for years, and he just comes and tries to be funny. He really loves us, though. The kids are having a good time. I've been married for 13 years and married for 8, going on 9 years. Cass, I've been married 40 years. Yes, I got married at 15. I'm just teasing. I didn't get married at 15. I got married at 18, and I've been with the same man my entire adult life. It's probably why my sons don't want to get married. Oh, funny. Women rely very much on protection with marriage. Yeah, I think it used to be that way. I don't see it that much anymore. I'm upping my trolling game, kids. Watch out. Okay, CNN, we're ready for you. Did you change your disclaimer or what? I always say, as we kick the bucket, I will be in jail anyways. Oh, heavens. Second wife didn't want to get married. Yeah, that's how I have with my one son. He has 3 kids, 2 are teenagers, and I guess no interest, and I guess that she feels the same way. And I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's about commitment. And I guess that piece of paper puts a turn on it. And I'm looking at the young adults in their 20s and 30s. They're not wanting to be their parents' or their grandparents' generation, but they still have that same commitment. Oh, travel pass. Yes, they have, just like it has in many other states. It is something that has been being fought, and SCOTUS came up with that ruling, a month ago. And I know in Florida, right after January, that they came up with it, and they even had commercials on TV, saying that, you can get citations in jail. And I had one cop tell me that, you give them the bottle of water, you can get a citation or go to jail for that. I said, okay, bring it on. I'm hoping to grow old and die together with her, but that's up to the power that may be. And if God has other types of, it's God or other types of gods. It is. It is a faith. It is a belief. Um, it's compatibility. You can't have. And, I try to explain to my one son, just because you argue don't mean it's toxic. You have to argue healthy because I my husband and I are so different. He is the person that will sit down, and I've said this story many times. He is the person who'll sit down, the sky can fall, and he's going to sit there and say, I wonder what caused the sky to fall. Me, Chicken Little, running around. The sky is falling, the sky is falling. And that's what works for us. I'm louder than he is. I'm more boisterous. I'm more outgoing. And it just seems to work for us. I'm hoping to grow. I know. He's a sweetheart. Kisses Tita. He is a sweetheart. My family are taking sides of my abuser because we aren't married. It's weird to me. So it is weird. And that's not uncommon because of the way that you have been portrayed. And just hang in there. Know that you do have support. You have people that understand. Yes, I'm very weird, CNA. You know that. My goodness. Somebody's going to pop their clogs. Enjoy your heart. Enjoy your love that you have. Absolutely. Yeah, travel pass. And it's in Kentucky, California. A couple weeks ago, they went down in the San Francisco area. And, California, you think California, they have such lenient things that, we don't hear it that often in California, but they actually went in and cleaned out a homeless camp. And we're spending millions and billions of dollars to help other countries and bring migrants into the United States. And it just blows my mind. And the thing is, people try to blame the money that's being spent on migrants. And I'm not trying to do that because we had homeless issues way before the migrants started coming in. Way before. CNA, we're 50-50. We kind of both call the shots. And being submissive in a marriage, that just shows trust and faith. And that person will always have you, and you're always safe. Me and my wife disagree and argue, and there are times we have to let each other be, and most of the time we don't know what we're arguing about. 100%. 100%. Hey, K9, how you doing there? Yes, I'm banned everywhere. Aw, CNA, why are you banned? We don't ban unless you become really racist, which I've never seen you do, or you could become a huge bigot, which I don't think I've ever seen you do. I think you've always been respectful. So there's that. Besides, Summer Light's opening up for everybody. We're all not going to have the same thought or speak the same or anything like that. I ask questions. You can go ahead and ask questions. And Cats of War, Newsom told California cities to sweep the homeless out. If they don't, he will hold state federal money from them. Really? I heard something about that. I just didn't read far enough into it because here in Florida and here locally, we had like the primary races coming up, and then we have a lot of things that are going on locally that I've been very involved in. So we always say you need to get things changed. Yes, the president, yeah, okay, we need to vote. We got to watch what we vote for, but locally is what's going to really affect your everyday. Right, we have our own homeless shed down the block of my house. They took over 2 full hotels of migrants and pay $175 per night for migrant family to stay there. But if regular homeless can't stay there, and I understand what you're saying, Travel Pass. I really do. But you realize we had this homeless issue before the migrants started coming. I kind of look at we're into these other countries giving billions of dollars for their wars. And I understand also that We need a strong military, and if Trump gets in, he's doubling. It's going to be billions that's going to be spent on the military. And I'm not against the military. Way back in June, beginning of July, dropped off my oldest granddaughter, and she's been at basic training. I heard once from her, haven't heard from her in weeks yet, because basic training, they build you up and they keep you away from the outside sources and become that team. A lot of Democrat states are following Newsom's plan on their homeless issues. But you realize, Cass, Florida's not a blue state. It's a red state. And I live in a very red county. And in my red county is when the officer told me that I could get a citation or end up in jail by handing somebody a water bottle that is homeless. A water bottle in 110-degree heat index. So I don't think it's just, Democratic states. I just don't think they're discriminating versus red versus blue states. And if you think about it, they're both the same. They're trying to convince which one's better, but how many are really going to follow through? And we have to remember that there are three parts of the legislation, not just president. And I think sometimes we forget that. Now, the president doing EOs, yeah, that's a concern, isn't it? We've seen what they've done. Hold on one second. Anyway, sorry, I had to get my charger. There's a little bit of noise. How you doing there, kiddo?
I get glasses.
Yay!
So let me show you guys the one that I liked. Hold on, let me find
Yep, please.
They're DKYs. I know that. Ah, here they are. What do you think about these?
Oh, those are cute. Gotta put
I
your
like
hair
them because
down.
they're. Yeah, I'm going to. I'm actually going to be fixing my hair Sunday. I just put it up because it's so hot.
Yeah. Well, those
Oh,
are
wait.
cute.
These are the ones, actually. Oh, same ones, kind of. I think.
Are they too heavy? They look kind of thick. Are they going to be too heavy on your face?
Mm-mm. No, they're actually really good. I like the way they shape my eyes. I'm going to get two because you can buy one, get one 50% off. My dad's helping me get glasses. I'm a daddy's girl. I can't help it.
So I did that.
I called
and
my dad. I was like, Dad, I need glasses. Can you help me? He's like, I got you.
I got two, but I got one for regular glasses to wear every day, and then I got the other one that are prescription sunglasses. Doesn't she, K9, look cute?
I do like them. I like them a lot. I love them. I like the ones I definitely. These are cute too, but I think they're too big for my face. But I like the colors.
Okay, I like the colors on that one too.
Yeah. All right. So now, I'm getting a pair. One that my insurance work pays for, and one that my dad's gonna help me. These are the ones my dad's gonna help me. They're DK and Ys. They're really cute. I didn't get them for the name though. I got them because they were cute.
Are you getting them tinted? Where they change?
These ones I might, because these are the ones my dad usually helps me get, like the night stuff on them and all that stuff.
Yeah. No state cares about the homeless. If they did, they wouldn't be none homeless in America before. But Susan, you got to remember we had homeless before the migrants started coming over.
100%.
And that's what I think people are losing sight
of.
And
most of the people I serve are not migrants.
And that was happening before the migrants started coming over, way before. And I'm just hoping with these new laws that we get more grassroots people coming forward to help and
How do you
look
like
for
these ones?
solutions. Oh, those are cute. See, I like you having a little color with your skin tone.
I might get both. I might get these ones and the other ones.
Yeah, it's the skin tone. It's the color with the skin tones that look good. Now, where I live, they want to move them to the county or city-owned property and just leave them there and bring their resources to them. But shelter providers, hold on, I lost it.
All right, I'll be
Shelter
right back. I'm
providers.
gonna go get my charger. I'll be right back.
Okay, okay. Shelter providers and others outreach people say no. Well, and I think that when the SCOTUS came down with their ruling, if you really read through that ruling, their reasoning for doing that is to handle it at a local level. Now, Florida, they can do that, but they have to have resources. They have to have restrooms. And there's one other thing. And I know that they are building tiny homes in one of the counties. They have built tiny homes for the homeless veterans. And they're also doing, I know a couple of counties that put millions of dollars aside to try to get this figured out. And they have gotten just regular people like me to sit on their little committees to try to help come up with solutions. And that's what it takes. It takes, a normal person just like me to get involved. Algiers fix the migrancy and they all use it up. And yeah, we had homeless before migrants, which I agree is not right, but it makes you wonder what's the purpose of NYC would spend $8 billion on hotels for a new subset of homeless when they didn't prior. Travel Pass, to be honest with you, I think that the money has always been there and now it's a push come to shove. So they have to, in order to get that money that is being given, there are grants. They, in one area of mine, they took a couple rundown hotels, got it rezoned, made these rooms into rooms that people can rent. It's a hotel room that they can rent, and it's for people. They don't charge you except what your income. They do like 20% of your income. So, like, let's say, for example, you get either a disability check, a social security check, a veterans check for $1,000. You get $1,000 a month. They're charging them $200 a month to live there. I understand it's just a room, but it's getting them off the street and something to call theirs. Yeah, but I believe it was Florida also said they refuse services, they can be arrested. No, I have not heard that. I've not seen that. Um, I know that they're doing sweeps more frequently, and one of the issues that we're having that I see in Florida, and it's through the entire state, they're getting out of the towns or the cities where they normally have been because there's resources right there, whether it's to get a shower or to get food or any of those things. Even if they're panhandling for money, your cities have a more ratio because of the easily accessible. But so now we're seeing that on like the interstates at the rest areas. Almost every rest area has like some wooded area behind them. That's where we have been finding them. A lot of homeless are RSO and can't get into public housing and housing that gets funding from HUD. You are correct. And I don't know what the answer is to that. I truly don't. That is not the case, though, Christine. It is completely free hotel rooms for migrants here and no conversions, and you don't have to pay anything. Really? And are they doing it as a hand up versus a hand up? Don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. I have read some of the things, and I know like one of the schools in New York closed the school down and went to homeschooling and opened it up for migrants to stay, I think, during the cold or the storms or something. I know that for a fact. That is part of the problem. And I'm not saying that that is the problem. And I'm not saying homeless before is the problem. It's a mixture of both right now. I can't get to the eye doctor until my mom's dementia doctor's appointment's over and wild child appointments are done next month. Well, sissy, you've got to take care of your eyes. Remember that. Single parents staying in bed, immigrants in 4 and 5-star hotels in the UK. It's a problem to use taxpayers. And I get that. I get that 100%. And I will tell you, somebody for like disability, I don't even think the maximum they can get if they haven't worked and they're young or anything like that, they get not more than $1,000. How do you live for $1,000? You can't. And so, yeah, when they're opening up to the migrants that are coming in, and it's across the world, it's just not the U.S., it's not just the U.K., it's happening everywhere. It's the hotels everywhere. Every neighborhood, the city rents all the rooms every night. It's a profitable for hotel owners. Yep, as the city is paying the market rates. And Travel Pass, that is part of the problem too, because who was voted in to your mayor, your senators, your governors, your councilmen? Do you not see that it could be part of the problem because they're not coming up with solutions? There has to be solutions. We have to figure it out. CNA, dear God, thank you for helping me never fear things that will never happen. Oh, CNA, that would be nice, wouldn't it? So I don't know. Angel Ribbit, how are you doing today? So, Travel Pass, I would look at people that are running besides president, just besides president. Who is running for your mayors, your county commissioners, your governors, and your senators? That's the people that's going to change. And are you in New York City? Because that is, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, that is part of the problem. Cass, I'm scared of the homeless in any state around Arizona. They've been sued by the private prison because they're 40% full. So they're telling them to send more bodies or BS cases and make the taxpayers pay. Ugh. Yeah, right. But to be honest, all our politicians are Democrats. Here, it's so bad for me to vote for Democrats anymore. And that's what I don't know if you heard me a little while ago. You get these people that, oh, I'm Democrat, I'm voting down the Democratic Party line. Or I'm Republican, I'm going to go right down the Republican Party line. Seriously? Why? Why are you not looking at who's running and what their policies are and what platform are they standing on? It's the only way change is going to be made. It really is. Because if everybody keeps voting Democrat or everybody keeps voting Republican, you're voting for the same thing over and over and over. When do we stop? But part of the issue is that we have a two-party system. It's one or the other. And until we can get that out of our mind, which apparently we can't, and I don't foresee it in my lifetime. So imagine you don't need a passport to enter, just a story on a dinghy boat. Yeah. And again, we're spending millions of dollars, billions, and there's not change. They could take some of that money, reform like our immigration bill, reform it. Some of our rights and laws are obsolete, and we don't have anybody putting their neck out. Yeah, Travel Pass, that two-party system sucks. And if you vote independent, people believe you're throwing your vote away, and that's because American people believe in the two-party system. But very smart people can still hold a very dumb ideas. Absolutely. That's why it's best to accept and reject things on a basis of evidence and not based on who presented the idea to you. Absolutely. CNA. Absolutely. Most of all, the person are private. Prisons are, yes, the prisons are private and not state owned. Big corporations own them. And the Barkers own a lot of prisons and other companies that run the funds and commissaries. There you go, KS. You hit the head on the nail. And how many people are in prison that don't belong there? Okay, again, this is my belief, and maybe later we'll open this up, and I appreciate you typing back and forth, and I hate just sharing my belief. That's why I'm reading, and correct me if your belief, what your belief is, because we want to know. But when you look at the prisons, you wonder how many people in there do not belong in there. And if they were sentenced 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago for 20-year sentence or a 30-year sentence, did that crime at that time fit? Look how many people were in for marijuana charges. Look how many people are still in for marijuana charges. Violent crimes, okay, prison. But can you not take that money and help try to reform some? And I understand some will never be reformed, but at least you can give it a try. Did you know Kamala Harris wouldn't let Mayor Eric Adams speak at the DNC because the party is scared? Because he has been speaking out so much against the migrant crisis because how much it has screwed New York City? I have. So have other cities because they were, what were they called? Oh, gosh, just skipped my mind. The cities that people could go to and they accept them. And so, yeah, gosh, why can't I just kind of like had a big brain fart. I have too many things going on in my mind. Apparently, there is something out there that I've been trying to read. It was by the Washington Post, and I've got to sign up for it. Kamala versus Trump's policies and what they're going to go head to head on. Sanctuary cities, Nartu, thank you very much. D, thank you very much. I have no clue why that just completely skipped my mind because we've talked about it so many times. But you're right. And the sanctuary cities thought they were doing a great job. They thought, we need this, we don't have workers, we can help. And now they see that it's backfiring on them and they don't want this. And nobody's coming up with a solution. So I get people not liking Trump, but she is also a silencer. Travel pass. I will 100%, and I'm sure everybody in here would agree. Well, I shouldn't say everybody, but there are a lot of people that don't think either one of them. And again, are we going to pick between the better of the two evils? I don't know. It just sucks. I see cases every day from Bexar County, Texas, that people get sentenced that are outrageous for the crime. They have been given 10 years and up on a simple possession case. Chaos. That's what I'm talking about. And if you look at the United States, look at where they're legalizing, especially marijuana. They're legalizing it. And people are sitting in jail for having a joint or a roach. That's what they're sitting in jail for. That's not right. Definitely. I know. Nartu, I changed it. I corrected myself. You were right. I've never seen a government in all my years tell the truth. You're right, Susan. You have not. You probably won't. They're going to tell you what they want you to hear right now because they want that position. But you know as well as I do that that person has been in politics before. Go look at what they've previously done. Fact checking. People are not fact checking, and it's not hard to fact check. I know when it was Biden and Trump, when they had their little debate, I fact checked. I didn't, I listened to the speech a little bit. I really did get to sit down and enjoy it because I fact checked. And just what I could do during that time while the speech is going on, there were 26 things that were false. Either they embellished it, they flat out lied about it, they didn't do it before. Why are they doing it now? We can all read between the lines. Not sure what that means, Dee, but we need to read between the lines. Absolutely. What's coming out of their mouth doesn't mean what they've done in their past. And if they haven't done it before, what makes us think they're going to do it again or do it now? What honestly makes us think there's going to be change? The government believes people can't handle the truth when they can't handle the truth from the government, from the American people. You're right, KS. I've said that the government seems to think that we're stupid. And I guess I can be stupid. I try not to be. I don't just pick because, oh, that looks like a good one. He can also get both sides together. He was governor of a 50-50 state. You are right. That's your mayor. I honestly felt the best candidate for president would have been Chris Christie. No one likes him, but he is the only one with specific solutions plans that doesn't just talk about broad topics. And I kind of have to agree there. Crazy stories about Pete sitting years in prison for a dime bag of weed, or even crazier when they don't like your face. Absolutely, Nartu. That's the problem. Absolutely. Law enforcement are still going to mail for pot. You're right. So they are. This way, people are. This is this is why when we're all sleeping, they pass bills that people don't know about until it's too late. You are correct there. How many times that we know they're discussing a bill and we're waiting for their discussions? I fall asleep. They're not airing it because the camera person decided they're off duty and they're going to bed. And yes, we wake up with these new bills. Where the hell and why the hell did that happen? I have no clue. USA just doesn't as obvious with it as Russia. Yeah, I have to agree there. But, you know, you look at it that the US is a little different in their voting systems versus Russia or UK, England, any of them. We're a little different. If you get caught in Wyoming with pot, you will go to jail even today. Really? See, that's the problem. That is why we have too many people in jail that don't belong there. And I don't, to this day, I don't understand. I have a friend, I myself, somebody I personally know, that got sentenced. And when Kamala and Biden said that, you know, simple drug charges, nothing else with it, blah, 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 we're going to release them. Well, this person's supposed to get released. But all he hears and all that we're being told is that there's a backup in the courts, there's a backup with the paperwork, and still sitting there. Should not be sitting there. Don't need 4 more years like it is now. Nope. Hammer, I don't. But then again, the opposite is what? I mean, I don't know. I can tell you right now, I don't know who I'm voting for. I just don't know. I don't know. I know both sides, both Trump and Harris. They both have me frazzled. And how you doing today, Hammer? Welcome in. Yeah, how many Americans want to do it that way? We're willing to vote for a Tyrian leader slash dictator. Well, I kind of feel that the only thing I think is going to save us in the United States is that we have 3 legislative branches. So it's not like a president can do something and it come into law when you have these other 2 branches. Now, problem will come if you have a Republican president, a Republican Senate, and a Republican Congress. Then there's a little problem, and our checks and balances are gone. We need that checks and balances. I also don't know Christine. Don't worry. Oh, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one because I really don't. We don't have a true voting system. It's all illusion. Optics. Optics, you got it. To make us think we voted for voted. The Electoral College runs the government. Yes, it does. They choose who they want, and regardless of who we vote for. And that, remember when I talked about that we have some obsolete and old laws and different things? The Electoral College is one of them. The United States has outgrown the Electoral College. Why can we not do the popular vote? Why can my vote not count as much as your vote? That's a question. Like RFK kind of said in his speech, oh, yes. People think the president has more power. You're right. Then they are truly naive. But you know, Dee, I've heard people say President Harris, if Harris becomes president, she will change things. If Trump becomes president, he will change things. Okay? What about the other two branches? The other two branches have to vote on it. So we have to look very carefully, and this is where it comes when I say, if you're Republican, you're going to go right down that line. If you're Democrat, you're going to go right down that line. You are going to keep the same thing. That blows my mind. And I'm not very elegant in speaking, but I say what I mean what I say. And, you know, I also am a person that there are certain things I take a stance on and I will not change. I will not change. But there are other things that you can put the facts in front of me. I'm not going to be closed minded about it, and I will look. If I felt the facts in front of me was for Harris to be president, I would vote for her. Same as if I felt the facts in front of me would be Trump would be the better president, I'd do it. But I'm also looking, as somebody brought it up, locally. Yes, I'm more concerned about my state politics, and that's what I'm talking about. Local and state are really what's going to affect my everyday life. I don't want a male nor do I want a female. I'm on the fence with both choices. It's coming down to whose BS I want to deal with for the next 4 years. And that's what I said. You know, which evil? Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Okay, there's a little noise. I'm going to go into another room of the house. Turn the TV down. Sorry. I got the squeaky door. Somebody needs to come fix the squeaky door for me because it's driving me batty. Anyway, okay, so you're right. And D, in Florida right now, we have state parks. They're trying to do like 8 or 9 different state parks. And to make them into one of them, they want to put golf resorts, pickleball courts, a resort with 300 to 500 rooms. Imagine that. That is our state park that should be preserved. And people go there for the wildlife and the serenity that nature gives us. And so everybody was blaming DeSantis. So I started looking in a little bit more. No, you can't blame only DeSantis. There's Scott, who decided this years ago, but it was it was voted down. He didn't get what he wanted, but now Scott's right behind it again. And then there is a veterans group called the Fold of Honor. I don't know if anybody knows about anything about the Fold of Honor. They are involved with this. And what's going to happen is that they're going to take the beauty of our state parks, and make them into resorts. I don't agree with that. So again, I'm looking at, don't tell Scotty, okay. Florida already has overbuilt. Oh my gosh, 12 has feet, only knew. I like the beaches, but the roads are so crowded and I find it boring. I live 10 miles from the beach, less than 10 miles. It used to take me 10, 15 minutes to get there, get my kids out or get the stuff out and go sit on the beach. Now it can take me up to an hour. Yeah, Dee. I have a little bit of things like that. I look at one side and see Kerry Lake, MTG, Donald Trump, and RFK. I look at the other side. I see Biden. Okay, you can't do Biden anymore. He's going to be gone. Harris, Schumer, and I think Schumer might be leaving, and Hakeem Jeffries. Well, mine's not such an easy choice. We're losing our state to and federal parks to big corporations and people in power that run the parks. Yes, KS. And I will tell you, there was supposed to be meetings here in Florida on September 2nd, and it needs to go to the ARC, and they need to vote for it. And ARC is like a committee that you have to bring forth everything, and they decide if it's true, not true. We're going to do it. We're not going to do it. And so this meeting, because you have to have public meetings, and the meeting that they were supposed to have on September 2nd, all throughout Florida, there is a Jonathan Dickinson Park that they're doing first. There's enough petitions, enough emails, enough phone calls to all these different people in the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Services, all these phone calls, all these emails, they've canceled it and they're going to reschedule. D, speaking of, again, local is important. On our ballot, they want to, in November, we had 10 years ago, we voted for like a half-cent sales increase for our schools. And it had a sunset date of 10 years. Well, 10 years will be starting in 2025. They are trying to get that half cent back on the ballot. And our schools are overcrowded. They're putting portables in there, all these different things. And nobody wants to vote on this. And now they're threatening, well, if you don't, our schools are going to decline. We're not going to have enough schools. And yeah, I'm not into that. And same with my property tax. Hold on one second. Same way with my property tax. It's supposed to increase it, and there are public meetings. And the problem is with our property tax, I'll say, come on, is our property tax is that it goes by what your assessed value is. Well, in the last 5 years, I know the value of my home has doubled. So what I was paying in property taxes because of the incline of everybody moving to Florida and housing here has just boomed. My taxes are going to almost double, and we're trying to force them that they can't go over 10% increase because that's what it says. And apparently, if you're homestead, they can't do it more than 3%. But now that they went through, in the last 18 months, they went through and put new values on our homes. So there are going to be a lot of people that will probably be losing homes because of property tax. It's made it horrible. So yes, you need to pay attention at your local level and state level. Privatizing state parks is a big mistake. Absolutely, D. We are going to lose our natural environment here in Florida. All our wildlife are endangered, our turtles, and people think turtles. Turtles are important to Florida. And we watch them nest, even to the point of from like May to October, you can't have a flashlight or anything like that on the beach where it is marked as a turtle preserve. Tommy V, hello and thank you. Christine puts, I know. Says he, I keep thinking to do that and I forget. I know that squeaky door. Speak shit on English apps. See if you don't see for yourself on a non-flight listing you as a visit from the feds. Yeah, not so much. I know that way too much. Actually, they left England because they were prosecuted to their choice of religion, and taxing started the War of Independence. Yeah. The government uses two things, kids, absolutely, or national security to get people to vote. And you know something? And that's exactly what they're doing in our areas with this half-cent school tax. Yours triple, Tommy? Isn't that crazy? Oh my gosh, D, homeowners insurance. See, and this is the thing. This is where our governor and our senators and our mayors, and again, government overreach, but and it's supply and demand. And the problem is, like in hurricane, if you are, like 5 miles from the ocean, it is next to impossible to get homeowners insurance. What people are doing, and one of them, if you don't owe anything on your home and you have, and you choose not to have homeowners insurance, you can do that, and it's, you're becoming self-insured. But the problem is, if your home value is at 500,000, you get a hurricane, it wipes your house out. Nobody there, you don't have the insurance to pay. Lots of retired people have paid off in full, but they can't afford the tax increase. D, that absolutely 100%. 100%. Aren't you? Yeah, it sucks. Do you have an inheritance tax in the USA? We do. Um, I've been more concerned about the capital gains tax, and they're trying. And I will be honest, there is. If you look at Harris, the capital gains tax, and if you go in researching that, the capital gains tax um, is supposed to be anybody making over $100 million. The capital gains. Hey,
What up?
all back, beautiful. We're just talking about the different things that's going on in the state and the country.
A lot. Yeah, I'm good. Good. I picked my glasses up in 2 weeks. I got 2 pair.
Yeah. Chris,
I got the
Kate
blue
in the
ones
house. Uh-huh.
that KS said were cute, and then I got the pink ones.
Oh, good. Well, and I think you need those colors with your skin tone and everything.
Yeah. Yep. Rose pink and rose gold are like two of my favorite colors, so that's what color the other glasses are.
Yeah.
All right, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt y'all's conversation. So what are we talking about?
No. Well, right now we're talking about, like in Florida, for example, and Dee was talking about where she lives at, that the taxes have increased, their real estate taxes. So people that have like paid their homes off, they're going to lose their homes because they can't afford the taxes every year, and then throw the homeowners insurance in it. And every state's having a problem with homeowners. And like Christy said, you paid her house off and the damn property tax, oh my God, I know it's doubled. And that's
Yeah,
what
the
we're all.
property taxes are ridiculous. Yeah, I'm having issues with some of the properties that I own over property taxes.
And that's what we're going to do, and that's what we're dealing with, because I was using my state as an example. Our housing has boomed. So what used to be my house, the value of my home 5 years ago, has now doubled and almost tripled. And so now I have to pay taxes on the amount that they're appraising my home for. Even though I bought it for 200,000, they're saying my house value now 700,000. That's a ridiculous amount of tax to pay.
Right. Again,
And welcome,
government
Christy.
doing too much.
Well, it is government, but then again, like homeowners. I know that there are bills that have gone through Tallahassee to try to get these insurance companies to lower their rates and things like that. But what's happening, the insurance companies are pulling out of Florida. So you can't even get homeowners insurance. And if you're anywhere on a beach coast, forget it. You're not getting homeowners insurance.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, I had to learn about all that kind of shit. Like I had, my shelter, somebody gave them to me, and I had never owned a home or anything like that. Shit, then the pandemic hit and all this other shit, and I was just like, so now I'm sitting with somebody that's helping me do some things to fix some things. So
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, and I'll be honest with you, because you've heard me talk about one house. Apparently, you can, if you own a home and you have a family, it's a parent and a child, or a grandparent and a grandchild, you can sell the house forever you want, and then you gift whatever. Like, let's say the house is 100,000, but I want to sell the house for 50,000. They valued it at 100,000. So in turn, what I'm going to do is gift my son or grandson my home, and it's the home equity. They're still buying the house for the price I want, but neither one of us are going to pay taxes on what the value is supposed to be, because it's crazy.
Yeah, and I agree with Dee. Once you get to a certain age, like, it would be nice if you didn't have to pay property taxes.
Oh,
but that'll never happen because the government's big thirsty.
Well, if you were over 65 in Florida and you make under a certain amount of money, And when I talk about make, let's say you've saved for your 401k, your IRA all your life, and now you're taking a little bit out because Social Security's not paying for your bills enough. You then don't qualify for the deduction. There's a $50,000 deduction that you could qualify for, but they set the bar so low that nobody over 65 can claim it. It's crazy.
Right.
I'm muting for a moment because I got to handle a dog.
Okay. Oh, Lordy. Any way they can, right? Any way they can. What's up, fuckers? How you doing? Man, I am so glad in 2 weeks I am going to get new glasses and my eyes have gotten really, really bad. My eyes are, I have a really bad stigmatism in both eyes. It's bad. It sucks. But I'll have new eyes soon, so I'll be able to see. I always say when I get new glasses, I'm always like, I put them on and I'm like, man, I didn't see all the bullshit the world has to offer. The very first time I ever got glasses when I was younger, I was like a teenager. The little guy that I was like crushing on real hard or whatever back then, I remember I put my glasses on. I was like, woo, finally knew you was this ugly in real life. I'd have never had a crush on you. That's funny. Anyway, my bad. Y'all are having all serious adult conversations. Christine, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, we like hearing those things too. I think we all have the same problem after a certain age.
Girl, I'm just like, they're like, all right, sweetie, you know what time it is. Your eyes have gotten really, really bad. I'm like, no.
Okay, I have to mute you because I have to help my husband get this chicken in.
Oh, you're good. It's, I gotta work. I gotta go home, run to the grocery store real quick, and then run to work. Fun. I feel like I sleep. I work all night. I sleep until like the afternoon, and then I'm rushing around before I have to go back to work. Fun times. Lordy, what's everybody making for dinner? That sounds good. I'm hungry. I was gonna fry fish, but I decided to get up and go to the eye doctor's instead. I might fry me a couple pieces before I go to work. I think I still got time. Have you guys ever heard of Waverly Hills? Well, I'm right by it right now. Literally up that road right there. You guys can't see it, but Waverly Hills is one of the most haunted old mental hospitals that have ever existed. And now everybody, Waverly Park, right there. We'll go up there sometime. People pay money to spend the night over there now to get haunted because there's a lot of shit that happens over there. My husband took my daughter to the Waverly Park. Sissy, remember when Curtis took the kids to the park and then he sent me the picture and the ghost was sitting on Rennie's lap and I was like, who is that sitting on Rennie's lap? And they were like, ain't nobody on her lap. I was like, yes, there is. And I sent the picture back to my husband and he was like, what the fuck? There was like little kids' legs off the sliding board. Yeah, sliding board. What the fuck is it called? Anyway, yeah, it was. I have to find that picture. I'll find that picture again. It's on my Facebook somewhere. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. When I posted, I had all these paranormal people contacted me, and they was like, "Can we please go over your picture?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't care." They were like, "It's not been altered. It's not fake." I was like, "No shit. My husband took it with his phone." It's pretty crazy. Oh, Lordy. I'm not ignoring the comments. I'm just in a very curvy area and I can't read the chat. So my bad, y'all. I'm fucking tired. I'm not tired, but I'm like, yeah, I'm tired. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with trailers. Shit, there's all kinds of nice trailers out there these days. I know people be trying to shame people because they in trailers, but I can promise you, there's nice trailers out there.
Okay, I'm taking away from what you're all talking about, but Scott's been trying to get this chicken into its cage for like the last 45 minutes to an hour. The chicken's been running around the kennel. I've been watching from the window and outside. That was why it was kind of noisy. Finally, he goes, "Will you come out here and help me get that chicken?"
Poor guy.
So I had to walk around and kind of like chase the chicken, and he opened the door so the chicken went into the kennel. It was funny. I've been watching him walk around in circles trying to catch his chicken for a good 45 minutes. And I'm like, okay, something needs to get to give.
Look, that chicken knows it. They know which humans they can mess with. They're like,
That's
you're
right.
gonna chase us. Mom's not dealing with this shit.
Yeah, Mama's coming. We better get our heinies in there. I only put they run the yard during the day, but at night because of the critters, we put
Right.
them in like this huge house that is a kennel for chickens. And they
Right.
got their coop in to lay their eggs and everything. But oh my God, Summer, you should have seen him walking around and kept walking around. He has a stick, kind of walking around trying to guide them. And it's like, oh my God, this is getting ridiculous. Okay. So anyway, baked chicken and fried okra. See, we're talking about chickens. The first thing I see is from Sissy: baked chicken, fried okra, corn on the cob, or mashed potatoes. We're gonna fry that chicken, I think, soon. There are RVs out there that look nicer than houses. Christy Beach, I will tell you, when the market is,
Listen, I hate to break it to all y'all, but I have a trailer, and I have a nice trailer. So
yeah,
there's really nice trailers out there that you can get, and you don't, and it's a good way to, because like we were trying to buy a house, and the housing market right now to buy a house is just through the fucking, it's just ridiculous, dude. It's insane. So
mm-hmm,
we just kept feeling like it just wasn't, we weren't going to find anything, you know what I mean? And then so we looked at some of the newer trailers, and I fell in love with them because I was like, dude, you can get so much nice shit in these trailers, you know what I mean? So, and then you can save, you pay it off or whatever, and that gives you some, it's a good way to start a line of buying homes and shit like that.
yeah. Well,
So,
and
I have a trailer. I'm not
yeah.
ashamed of it, and I love my trailer. It's the first home that I feel safe, secure, and just everything in. So yeah, I don't give a shit what people think.
Well, I'll be honest with you. When the market was really, really good for housing, I have an RV, and it's a nice RV. And we were going to sell our house and live in the RV until the market went down. And then we kind of looked at things and didn't see that market. And I don't think I could live in an RV of that size for more than a year or so because it's not what I'm used to and it's not a permanent thing.
Right.
But even like an RV like mine, that is a Class A, but it sleeps 9. Even though I could afford it, but even some of like the RV parks where they allow you to park even for like a year, they want $1,200 a month.
Right, and that's might as well be paying for fucking rent.
Right? Well, that's what we look at. So,
or whatever.
Our mortgage here's low, so we thought, well, we'll just keep it. But the taxes, I mean, it's just blowing my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I like it. And what I plan on doing is we'll have ours paid off in like 3 years, and then we're gonna buy some property, and there's even bigger ones that are even nicer. And so I want to get one of those, and then I'm gonna keep the one that we have now, and that way I can, you know what I'm saying, my kids can have something. Like they can always have their own place. They can always have a place to go. They ain't gotta worry about nothing. You know what I mean? And then when they decide they want to get their own shit, they can. You know what I mean? So that's kind of my plan. I feel good because at least I can leave my kids something. Because for right now, a house, just buying a house for us isn't, it isn't in our, you know what I mean? in our budget at the moment.
Nope, you're right. I mean, there are no houses even within my budget at all. And D, normally
Yeah,
my
it's
chickens,
bad.
I'm gonna tell D, normally my chickens after dinner, they know they'll come up to the lanai, the porch area, and we'll open the thing and they'll go in themselves. But this one chicken was just playing chicken with us tonight. It was kind of
So I'm
funny.
gonna play with Dad.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. I'm like, oh my gosh. And he calls me out there and it's like, oh no, we're not playing this game. He went right in there. He rolled his eyes at me. They can be pretty RV trailers and gas and plumbing electric, not generated. Yeah, mine can do that, Susan. Trailer's not battery operated. No, mine has two batteries and it runs on a generator, or if I'm someplace where they have electricity, I can plug in, use it that way. And Christy B wants you to know your mobile home isn't it, Summer, because it's really nice inside and has siding. She started out in a mobile home that was 19 and her payments were $150 to the bank and $110 for lot rent for 30 years. And that was
Yep.
30 years ago. Now it's expensive.
Yeah, and we have a nice little, like a little community and everything. It's not everybody that lives there, is really really awesome. Plus, they do a lot of background checks and different things like that. And they have, I mean, you have to have your grass away. You have your trailer has to be good. Like everything has to be. They don't just let shit just go. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I like it a lot. I like it's something that we can have, and like I said, I love it. My trailer, it's beautiful on the inside and the outside's really nice, and it's just, you know what I mean? Like it's secure for me and my family, and that's the only thing I wanted. I got tired of, because in our budget, if I do an apartment or if I do a house, it's gonna have to be in a shitty neighborhood, and I don't want a place in a shitty neighborhood. I don't want a place that has shitty, school systems and all this other shit. Like I don't feel like that we have to have that. You know what I mean? Like we can have better. And so, some people will be like, oh, trailers is this, you're that. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks, motherfucker. I own something. You're fucking renting. Or you're killing yourself in a fucking house that you can barely afford. So
Right.
we went with something that is going to be good for our family, so our family can grow and and things. So
Have stability in your own home. I mean,
yeah, like
there's
to be
nothing
able to
wrong with
have
that.
like our own home, and no one's ever, it was brand new, no one's ever lived in it, and it's just nice, dude. I feel safer in where I live at now than I have in a long time.
No, I don't have no energy in my house. I
Oh, you lost your
don't have
mic or something. Oh, I guess I'll turn her head sideways. Oh, she might be frozen. I think she's playing with it. And R2, that's what our RV was for. We did it for vacations, but we contemplating on seriously living it, which we can do. It's just me and my husband and my dogs. I wouldn't take chickens. Yes, things are way more expensive now. We had it better 30 years ago. But Chrissy and Cass, if you think about it, when I was growing up, I had it better than my parents. So our kids, I don't know. I feel for kids. I have young adult children, and I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, they're lucky because I've invested well, but yeah, space was always a luxury, but now we have more people. It's even more precious and expensive. Absolutely. Are you back with us? Nope, still muted. She's going to figure it out. Oh, she's the right. Oh, nope. Well, she's got us the right way this time. We're going to turn her head. You're muted. I have a friend that bought a 3-bedroom modular and put it on a 5-acre lot with her parents. It's beautiful. Absolutely, Dee. Absolutely.
Yeah, I love it. I love my trailer, and like I said, just to be able to, and it makes my kids feel good too, because my kids are like, "Mommy, we own something." You know what I mean? Like, and so I'm always going to teach my family, and it really anybody that like follows me or listens to me or anything, you ain't got to keep up with the Joneses. Just because everybody else is doing, or it looks, somebody else's life looks good for them, you got to do what's good for you and your family. And my kids are in a great school system. You know, they're not dealing with all the bullshit we would have had to deal with. You know, the inflation of drugs and crime and all the shit that, you know, in the neighborhoods we usually live in. I was able to get my kids out of that. So, you know, in some sense, I broke a generational curse, and you know, in a lot of ways by being able to buy our first place. You know, what I mean, nobody's ever owned a home in my family, whether it's a trailer, a home, or a condo, or anything. Nobody's ever done any of that. So I'm very proud of us. And so I just tell people, like, do what works for you and your family, like, because these fucking government, this market and shit for houses. I mean, if you can afford it, great. But if you can't, don't kill yourself, dude. There's other options. There is other options. Shit. I got yeah, I like my little shit. Plus, whenever we buy some land, I can move that shit. I ain't gotta worry about nothing. I can take it with me. So I like
That's
that
right.
too.
That's right.
And if you guys have not voted yet, please, Christina's got this up here. If you guys could just email this, email Sarge's email and say, I vote for Hot Mess Summer. There is a $500 cash prize, which will help me for our homeless outreach. And so right now, as of this morning, I was winning. I got a bunch of you guys voted yesterday. Y'all showed up and showed out. I was like, yay, it's kind of cool because every morning he does an update and you get to see, he doesn't say who votes, but you get to see who votes and stuff like that. And so, so this morning you guys put me in first place. So I appreciate you all that voted. But if you have not voted yet, please, please, please go to the email. All you have to say is vote for Hot Mess Summer. That's it. And that would be really, really, really awesome. Thank you so much, Christy.
Yes, thank you. And hi, Lazy. How you doing? Yeah, we're not keeping up with the Joneses. Not anymore.
Lazy, so what? Lazy loves me.
Lazy loves us.
But yeah, it's just, I don't know. And like RVs, like that's my next thing. I want to be able to buy an RV because I want to travel. Like I have a gypsy's heart, you know, in my soul, and I want to be able to get out and travel. I want to be able to go to different states. Shit, meet some of you guys. You know what I mean? Like me and my husband's all about that, and he's gonna be retiring soon. So eventually, that's gonna be our next goal is to try to get an RV so we can travel. So take this show on the road, baby. I'm all about it. Shit. I'd be like, all right, where's Summer going to next? Who's she gonna pull up on? I'm gonna be the pull up queen.
That's what I keep thinking. Sell the house, get in the RV, and see the country. But then I don't do well. But I got a nice bed. I got a nice bed in the RV.
Well, right, exactly. That's how I feel too. And that's, I mean, you know, I have a nice little, get you a nice, I mean, because you have a nice RV. So I could definitely go travel that shit. And Curtis, he drives trucks his whole life, so him driving an RV won't be shit.
It's really not hard to drive. I even drive it now. It's really not hard, and it's nice to back up because there's a backup camera, so it shows you everything behind you. So
see, I would need a backup camera.
Right in. Yep, it has a backup camera. That was one of the things. It had to have a backup camera, and I never driven one before. When we went to go buy it, I'm the one who had to drive it. He asked Scott if he wanted to drive it, and I said, "Oh no, 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 no! I have to drive it." So I need to feel comfortable and I need to do these things. And I got in and I backed in perfect because of that camera.
Hell yeah. That's great.
Yep, Susan, I did too. White Boy Hatcher, how are you today?
What's up, white boy? How you doing? It was funny. Last night I was over on TVB and I said something like, I said, hey, white boy, or something. And somebody was like, why would you make that racist? I was like, no, I'm saying hi to white boy in the chat. Like, his name is white boy. What the fuck?
Right? Oh, God.
What do you want me to call him?
Our neighborhood, Chrissy's saying, our neighborhood across the street, talking about keeping up with the Joneses, they had their house paid off and went out and sold their house and bought a $400,000 home and had to get a loan. Yeah, see, and home loans aren't bad, but the problem is, like right now, the interest rates almost 7%. And it's so funny because when I bought my first home in the 80s, our interest rate was almost 14%. So much more than it is now. I got my home when I bought it. It was right after that failing of all the homes in the United States. We got lucky and got our home at like 2.25% interest rate. I don't think we'll ever see that again.
Yeah. I know everybody's like, things need to get cheaper, things need to get cheaper. I'm like, it's not going to happen. I was like, the way the world's growing, and I mean, yeah, things need to get a little cheaper. I think the state we're in right now is not okay. But
No,
I
it's
just
not.
don't see a lot of things going, like people are like, I need it to go back before pandemic. It's not going to go back toward back. It's not going to go back before pandemic, whether people want it to or not, because it's just not. I mean, economically, it's just, I don't believe it's going to. So I don't think people are going to see things the way they want to, but things definitely can be a little bit cheaper, even if they're not pre-pandemic. Does that make sense?
Yep. Oh, Susan, thank you. Or
Thank
Christine,
you,
you lady.
Susan.
Trumsky. I don't know what to think about Trump, but I said like earlier, I don't know what to think about Harris. Trump scares me more than Harris does. I will tell you that.
I
Oh,
listen.
you meant Trunky.
And
Okay.
any vote outside of really either one of them is just a vote for them. So if you don't like Trump, then you're and you vote for a third party. I mean, it's a third party's not going to win this. I mean, shit. Even the one person that did try to, maybe he would have never won it, but I think he could have got a couple votes. He just fucking joined Trump. So
I know. Oh, and Susan meant trucking because we're talking about trucking and your
oh
husband and all the truckers and yeah. Yeah, and Nartu was saying that I think it was Nartu. Somebody was saying that, yeah, it was Nartu. The new trucks don't even have mirrors anymore, only cameras. Yeah, they got the side and the rear cameras.
yeah, I want one. Yeah, that's they're so dope. That's okay. One day, goals, goals, goals. That's as long as you got goals, then you have a future.
Hey, Mesky, how are you
Thank
today?
you. Oh, shit. Thank you so much, Susan. Wee wee for the super chat. Holler. I need to get me a cute little funny. I'm gonna have Katrina make a funny little like clip that we can do every time somebody donates, and we could do like a little fun.
Oh, that would be
I
cute
seen
fun.
that. Yeah, I seen some other creators do. I watch other people's stuff just to kind of see, like maybe not do it like they do, but like I'm like, oh, I like that because somebody will donate and they'll have like a little silly thing that
Yeah,
they do.
little guy running across or something like that. I've seen them
Yeah,
too. There used to be
kind of
more, but
celebrate.
YouTube took a lot of channels down there for a while.
Shit, I wasn't one of them. I didn't get taken down, but I got demonetized.
Yeah, and Christy saying, "Well, Susan, thanks for the dono, but I'm not sure if Trump or Camilla is going to stop the crazy that is going to happen in November, no matter who gets into spot." Yeah, she meant trucking, but we're so used to saying Trumping.
Yeah, I think no matter who wins, it's going to be an issue because I know if Trump wins, I'm going to be an issue. I'm letting everybody know right now. I'm gonna be a fucking issue because I'm a woman and my rights. No, no, no. And now he wants to do this. Oh, well, I would never do a federal ban. Yes, you are. That's all you fucking talked about, you piece of shit. You sat here and bragged during the RNC that how you were the one that he was the one that placed the Supreme Court people up there. I could never. And I'm not going to say that Kamala's my first pick because she's not, but she's better than him. And I also understand that she's the VP. So just like Trump said at that black college that he had an interview with and they had to walk him off on stage because he's a fucking idiot. Sorry, I don't like Trump, but I love the people. I love all you people, and I don't care how you vote. So please don't let me have my viewpoint. If you like Trump, don't get mad at me because I let everybody have their viewpoints around here. But anyway, and mine have nothing to do with him as a president. Mine has to do with him before he was a president and the things that I know for a fact he's participated in. That's the issue that I have with him. But anyway, the fuck was I saying? Oh, I think either way, I mean, I think that what's crazy is they'll sit there and say, "Oh, well, she didn't do anything as a VP." Blah 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 blah. Okay, well, show me a VP that's done anything. I'll wait. Show me one.
I can't. There isn't one.
Except for doing stuff like free lunches or health for children, or and that's actually first lady shit. So anybody, tell me what a VP does.
Well, I know our governor has done that stuff, but he's also taken away free lunches during the.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, and during the pandemic, when all the other states were still giving their children in the schools free breakfasts and lunches, he took ours away.
Yeah.
Took them away.
Which, first of all, I think all school lunches should be fucking free.
Absolutely.
Period. I don't care if you can afford it or you can't afford it. You know how many times I've sit here and paid other kids shit because I found it. My daughter came home telling me, "Mom, such and such wasn't able to eat in school because her lunch bill's out. Her parents can't afford it." And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And because it's either if you're on benefits and stuff like that, okay, you'll get it. But what about the parents that aren't on benefits or are on benefits and they work, because there's a lot of people that work that are on benefits and they don't get as much as everybody thinks. And you know what I mean? Like, it's just period. Some kids, all they do is eat breakfast, or all they do is eat breakfast and lunch. They don't have dinner at home because there is no fucking food at home. When are we going to realize? How many teachers have to tell people this? How many more people have to say, "Hey, you know what? All kids are not safe at home. All kids don't get to eat at home." Some kids get abused. Some kids get, and some just don't. Even if they don't get abused. So.
Well, no, I 100%
and
agree.
Hold on, I want to and I respect your decision, but I feel the same exact way. I don't understand how anybody can get behind Trump after the asinine shit that he says. I don't understand how people can even think about supporting him. I don't see how women can support him. I don't see how anybody can support him or his VP. But I respect your decision to vote how you vote.
But all views are welcome.
I don't think Kamala. Yeah, all views are welcome around here, and I don't think that Kamala's going to fix everything either. I don't think she's going to be the knight in shining armor. But I do think that women's rights, something will happen with women's rights. So for me, it's a good enough dice roll for me to vote for that. But no. And now Trump wants to play again. He's playing with women's rights again. Now he wants to say, "Well, I'm not against all abortions." Yeah, the fuck you are.
Right? And his VP.
Stop fucking playing. Yeah, his VP is too. They hate women. I swear, I believe they hate women. That's just my opinion.
Well, I think they feel they're more superior than women. And that's where there's an issue. Because, look, and Summer, I'm older than you. I was one in Minnesota that took my bra off at the state capitol of Minnesota and had it burned, okay? I was one of those women. I was one of those women. Right, Hammer? What happened to the Me Too movement? 100%.
All these motherfucking predators that are being prosecuted. That's what's we busy locking up pedophiles and shit. That's what we're busy doing right at the moment. We shouldn't have to worry about women's health care. We should be able to lock up pedophiles and not worry about our health care being snatched.
I agree. 100%.
So that's what the Me Too movement's doing. Go check your local newspapers. Go look at the politicians and celebrities that are being held accountable.
So, and I want to address this with Cass. I grew up that way when I lived with my mom. She didn't have money for food at home for dinner most of the time, and we went to her parents' or scraped with rice and ramen, and thank God for school food. Cass, I can't agree with you more. I grew up, and people laugh about it now because they don't understand it. I grew up waiting for that free cheese from the government once a month. That free cheese was my excitement for the month.
And Christine, she's not gonna take guns away. What she does want to do is put some already sensible gun laws that are already on the books and actually stand on them. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think there's
No,
nothing wrong with the gun laws that we already have in place. No one's taking anybody's guns away.
I never foresee our guns being taken away. And here's the thing. Guns don't unalive people. They don't.
Nope, people do.
It's the people. So we have laws in place. Why are these laws, A, not being enforced? B, the people who are using those guns inappropriately for harm, why are they getting out of jail? Why? Yeah. White Boy Hatcher, you got our new White Boy Hatcher saying that they got their guns taken away in New York.
Ain't nobody taking my shit away. So,
Well, but White Boy, here's my question.
but people are the issue, not the guns. And they can take them away in New York. They can take them away and all try to take them, but it's not going to stop anything. People will find other things to hurt people with, run people over with cars. More people get stabbed than they ever do getting shot. Those are facts. So until we focus on the real issue, which is mental health, in my opinion, guns are never an issue. A gun is just a fucking, like, my gun is in my purse. It is laying in my purse until I decide to pick that gun up and shoot somebody with it.
And that's what I tell people. My gun can sit there. I have a lock on if I need it. I got it immediately. My gun has never shot anybody. Never. Ever.
And I agree with you, white boy. That is fucked up. I couldn't live in a state that doesn't have guns. Like, I live in Kentucky, so we call it gun. Ain't nobody taking guns down this motherfucker. I can promise you that.
And some state is an open carry state.
You
Florida,
don't even have to have a license or anything to have a gun here.
Yeah. That's like, and I will be honest, that kind of blows my mind. And like during 2020 and 2021, when I saw all you people with your gun just walking the sidewalks and the streets, I kind of like, I was taken back a little bit because I've never seen
well,
that.
everybody. Listen, when people come to Kentucky, that was the biggest thing during protesting. Even like some of the big time like live streamers and shit came to Louisville during no, it ain't coming. Ain't nobody gonna take my gun. You'll see me on the news dead by the time if they ever think they gonna come, because I'm gonna shoot anybody that thinks they come to take my shit. So I'm just letting everybody know now. Ain't nobody taking my shit. I'm gonna make that. And Kentucky in itself will make national fucking global news, because I don't see per se anybody coming and trying to take anybody's guns in this fucking state.
And think about it. Cars kill more people. Cars kill more people. Are we taking cars away?
I'll bury my fucking guns and hide them from them, white boy. My bad, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's like
taking my shit.
Well, even 3D printers are printing them. How do you take them away?
Well, and Dee said something too. She said that we've had 5 people murdered with knives in the last 8 months. Knives kill more people than, you know what I mean? And cars. I mean, look at the Darrell Brooks case. You know, and all the other cases, the guy that ran over the Nazi dude or whatever it was back in the day, not back in the day, but not that long ago, that, tried to run over all the protesters and stuff. Like, during our protests, you know how many fucking people sit there and try to run us over? Yeah, okay. But that was one of the biggest things during the protests that a lot of people was like, what the fuck? Like, everybody's got fucking guns in Kentucky. And like, not just, I mean, we have our hand pieces on our sides. We'd have a hand piece on our chest, one in our foot, have a big ass fucking rifle. Everybody's like, what in the fuck is going on? I'm like, look, we don't go nowhere. Everybody in the state has guns, and we don't go nowhere with our guns. Period. It's not illegal. It's not.
I was taken back. I'm like, whoa, they're all walking around with these big guns. What the hell's going on?
Who was it what was that one guy's name? CT or some shit like that?
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember.
CJ.
CJ. He came down and he was like, he was sitting around, and we were all standing on the little, like, by the flower bed and stuff, and was sitting there, and he was like, why do y'all have so many guns? He looked at me, he's like, you got one there, and he's like, why? He's like, and look, everybody's got, like, why? And I was like, because it's just what we do here. It's my normal to always see guns. It's not my normal to not see guns.
Yeah, after that, I remember when CJ did that, because he did a whole stream after he left Louisville. He had a whole stream about how Louisville and some of these states have a right to carry their guns out
Mhm.
in the open. And then
Yeah.
he did talk about somebody like you had a gun here, gun there, and carrying a gun. Like,
Yeah, I had one. I had one on my chest, and I had one on my hip, and I had one down on my thigh. I mean, that's when especially when I was in that atmosphere. That's just the way I carried. Shit, the first night of fucking Pride, and it wasn't the. And don't get me wrong, you know what I mean. Is there gun violence? Yeah, there's gun violence here. It's a lot of gun violence. And the thing is it's not. This is my thing, and I get what white boy's saying because I guess they are. You can't
right,
carry
New
in some
York,
states or some shit,
right.
and I get that.
Yep.
I don't agree with it because it's not stopping anything. How many shootings in New York have today? Oh wait,
Right.
I'm sure there's been a couple. You know
Oh,
what I
I'm
mean? By
sure
the
they
end of the
have.
night, I'm sure there'll be some bodies on the ground, and they're going to die by gun violence. So that shows all you're doing is taking guns away from responsible gun owners. Because let me tell you something: as an ex-criminal, I've been carrying since I was a fucking baby. I've been carrying a pistol since I was like 12 or 13 years old. I'm not bullshitting you. And guess what? It didn't take me 2 steps to get that gun.
Yep.
So, and that was here, Chicago, and Florida. I carried in all 3 states. Now, I'm not saying I should have been carrying. I had no fucking reason to have a gun. Well, I did have every reason to have a gun, but because of the life that I was living. But I shouldn't have had no fucking gun at no 13 years old. But it didn't take me but 2 seconds to get one.
Yeah. And Wyoming and Montana are the same way. Open carry everywhere. So I've never really been out
Yeah,
there. I've been out there traveling, but never really stopped and paid attention. And I guess
yeah, it's
because of so much civil unrest and with these protests, and you didn't have to just watch the news anymore. You had YouTube and Facebook that were showing what was happening at
yeah.
real time because they don't show us that on the news. They're not going to show us that stuff. But no, it was funny. I was taken back. How Kansas went to permitless carry. Everyone started to carry guns, both concealed and openly, and everyone knows. And see, Florida went from you still have to conceal. You can't just carry openly, but they went to permitless. Colorado open carries, but Denver you can't carry. Huh.
Hello, can you guys hear me now?
But yeah, they're not taking our guns. I mean, I would see more of them limiting more, and even the age things bothering me because they said 21, blah 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 blah. I just sent my 18-year-old granddaughter off to military. She's learning to do a gun. She didn't have a driver's license when she left. She does now, but it's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny some days. Poor Mark Z comes out with the truth 3.5 stars later. Oh, not 3.5, just 3.5. Yeah, right? It all comes out. It always comes out. The problem is we can't fix what they put into place now that they did 3 years ago because people weren't paying attention.
Right. Yeah.
And I think more people are awake.
I remember during the protest stuff, Florida was doing it. Kentucky and Florida do a lot of the same shit, unfortunately.
They do.
And so I remember when we were protesting, as we were protesting, they were in lobbying and shit, like to make laws and shit in the middle of the fucking night, literally, which they always do that. But a lot of people didn't realize some of the shit that, like, people are like, oh wait, you can't fill the cops, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't. In some states, it's like, nah, you can't. I mean, you can.
You can, but there's
I still do it.
consequences.
Yeah, there may be a consequence. So, like, I go out doing my homeless outreach in the state of Kentucky. I literally can go to jail. Christine, I just want to say this: when we highlight a comment, highlight it for a second and then take it
Yeah,
back off.
take it off.
If
Yeah,
they
I
want it
keep
to,
forgetting
hold
that.
on, if they want it to stay up, they can do it in a super chat.
Yep.
So I come through and because I can't see when it's a full panel, I can never see anybody's name because I'm like, damn it.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't see.
I always
But,
forget to do that because it goes up and it's like, darn it, come
yeah,
back down.
I'll usually do it like that. It's up for a second, and then I'll just go like that. That way I highlight it because, even if people aren't buying super chats, I still want their message to be
Right.
out. But it's not going to stay up on the channel unless it's under, or you know what I mean, under a
Right.
super chat.
Yep, gotcha.
So, but
Y'all
anyway,
got to bear with me. I'm still learning this.
oh no, girl, you're doing fucking great. Are you kidding
I'm
me? You're
letting all
doing,
them know.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Christine has learned the whole StreamYard, streaming, all that, and she's doing a great job. We've had some amazing panels. Even today's been great conversation, even without a panel. The chat's been going. Chat's been amazing.
Oh, yeah.
You
Great.
guys probably can't see it. Oh wait, oh, my camera is on. Somebody's sparrow.
What?
Hold on. You can't see him. Oh, he's already too far up. He's got one of those parrot things where they fly.
Oh, the parasail things.
Yeah, I looked. I was like, oh.
See, I'm used to seeing them.
Yeah, every now and then they'll get out and do it over here.
Yeah. A buddy of
But
mine
let's
is
see
on his way to Bowling Green right now.
who's on their way to Bowling Green. Oh, okay,
Joseph
yeah.
Whalen has a friend that is heading to
Oh,
Bowling Green right now.
Bowling Green straight. I like Bowling Green. We do a lot of conferences and stuff. Work with a lot of the girls group homes that have trafficking victims and stuff like that. We work with a lot of all in that area. So my survivor sister, if you're in the Bowling Green area and you want to support an amazing survivor-led organization that is that fights in anti-human trafficking, Rising Phoenix in Bowling Green. Amazing, amazing organization. They help with a lot of juvenile children, um, and they help with older survivors as well. But she really, really does a lot of really good work with the youth, and specifically kids that have been trafficked. So amazing. Yep, the Corvette Museum. Yep. Last time we went down there, we went and there was still a hole from when all that happened or whatever. There was still some of the stuff that wasn't fixed. I haven't been there. I haven't been to them. I've been to Bowling Green since then, but I haven't been to the museum since then. Yeah, Rising Phoenix and Bowling Green, amazing, amazing organization. She does a lot of stuff with juveniles, victims that have been trafficked, and she does the stuff on the state level and everything. I'm gonna tell you why I like my survivor, love my survivor sister, Dr. Azurday Garland, because when she got out of being trafficked and everything, we go through a lot of shit when we get out of everything, and people told her for years that she wasn't gonna be nobody, she wasn't gonna be nothing, she couldn't do anything. This woman has like 25 fucking degrees. I'm not even bullshitting you. I'm not even joking. And she got all these degrees and certifications just to show people she can do whatever the fuck she wants. It doesn't matter our past. We can do whatever we want. So she's an amazing, amazing, amazing doctor, amazing woman. So, um, yeah, we do a lot of fun kick-ass work together. So again, in Bowling Green, Rising Phoenix. And if you have not voted yet, please, I always got y'all vote for shit, right? If you have not, oh wait, I forgot I was still up. My bad.
Oh, no, you're fine. Gave me time to type some things. Nope, now I'm up. Oh, there you are.
Myself off. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I don't give a fuck. Like I get it. I get what white boy's saying about like New York and shit, and I couldn't be there. I couldn't. I mean, I could be there, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna have a strap. I'm always gonna have a strap. I've had a strap since I was a teenager. I'm not. Nope. And all my shit's legal too. I'm very proud of that.
That's
Nowadays,
right.
today, it's legal.
Well, and that's what
I
that's
don't
what I'm
live that
talking
life
about.
no
Yeah. And that's thank you, Susan. Susan said I kept the chat going, hype girl.
Hey, Christine's been doing a great. You're a great co-host. You've really been doing amazing. We've had some amazing panels, and so I said even today the chat's been going amazing. So you did.
Yeah, yeah.
You
We've
got
had a
it, girl.
lot of we've had a lot of people coming in, a lot of participation, and a lot of conversation.
I love it. That's what I'm all. That's what I'm all about. We all don't have to agree on everything. We can still I'll use Dee for an example. She's like, look, there's things about Kamala, and I'm like, look, I can respect that. You know what I mean? And even people that like white boy, I know he loves his Trump. You know what I'm saying? This is daddy, just like my husband. Love you. I say that. I say that. I promise. I say the same thing to my husband. Um, but I mean, I'm married to a Trump supporter, so like clearly, I am one of those people that can have conversations with both sides. But I'm not. I'm not gonna budge on the way I feel. It was nice talking to Summer and Christine today. Hammer and Susan in chat, and I have a buzz out of here. Love you too, beautiful. Yeah, and I'm glad Hammer came through. It's a good conversation today, and
Yeah.
Nair, and Susan, and just everybody. Joseph, let's see who's on the chat. Hammer,
Hammer,
Chris.
we've talked about this smart man. He is a smart businessman. Nobody's doubting that. And the reason he is smart is because he is able to find the loopholes
That's
without
right.
costing him the millions of dollars that would any other American. That's
Because
why he's smart.
technically, he's kind of a shitty business person if he did not find those loopholes. But because, and see, that's why my husband likes him. My husband does not like him morally. My husband thinks he's a shit of a human being, to be honest with you. But he's like, babe, he's a businessman that can find the loops of the government. He said, and that I can appreciate. You know what I mean? So that's like a lot of people are like, how do you and your husband? I'm like, first of all, we don't let politics lead our marriage. God leads our marriage. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just can't fuck with it. I just can't do it. I can't do it.
Hammer was
Oh,
talking
thank
about
you,
your
Hammer.
husband.
Thank you, Hammer. He is. I mean, my husband's a very smart man. I mean, he is the head of our household. You know what I mean? But one good thing is I'm allowed to have my own opinions. I'm allowed to have my own belief systems. And like I say all the time, the stuff that I have an issue with Trump has nothing to do with him when he was sitting in prison. You have to understand the lifestyle I come from, and there are things I know whether you all want to realize it or not. Um, and I don't have to get in arguments about it. I just don't fuck with him, and I never will. But yeah, that's why my husband likes him because a lot of people, because I've had people too go, Summer, how do people keep saying he's a good businessman? I said, because anybody that can fuck over the government with their own loopholes, you got to respect that a little bit. Um, but without those loopholes, he'd have been a shitty ass fucking business person.
Well, and like I've said, if he would have shut his mouth
He'd have won.
instead of me, he probably could have won this hands down.
And I mean, he's still there's still a chance, right? There's still a chance. There's tons of people that never talk about their political views, and you just you won't know until close. But he just won't shut the fuck up. There's no reason to be attacking this. Why attack her for her race, her sexuality? Why attack her for all that? Why not attack her on some of her political views? Why not do that? Because there's things that he could have fucking rammed in her, like, you know what I mean? And he didn't. He's too
Oh,
busy and too caught up with crowd size. Get the fuck out of here. Who gives a fuck about crowd size? It ain't always the number that you see is that matters. Again, there's tons of people that never go to rallies. They never will go to any rally, no matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat. But they'll go to that voting poll. You know what I mean? So I don't understand the making fun of and talking shit and the stupid comments he said about the veterans getting awards and shit and the dumb shit that his VP says. Like, it's just, come on, man. Fucking grow up. I don't need, I mean, he tweeted what 56 times or wrote on his True Social 56 times when she gave her speech. Like, come on, dude. Have a little bit of fucking emotional men never do well, just like emotionally women don't. I'm an emotional woman. I can speak on this. He's too fucking emotional for me. That's what it is. If he wasn't
and
so
he,
emotional, maybe, but it'd probably still be a no for me because I don't fuck with him because of what I already know that has nothing to do with his presidential. Sorry, go ahead, Christine.
right. No, I was just going to tell Hammer he's right. They are finding the nasty on both sides. They really are.
100.
It's
They are.
it's
They are.
not one or the other. It is both.
Yeah, but okay, but before we say that, like, we gotta also say that most of the time they responding to the dumb shit that he's saying. Because one thing that I am proud and I think has gotten a lot of people in in between is, well, you cannot deny that the life that has came into this whole little party thing. You know what I mean? That was not there before. And a lot of the shit they're saying is a response to his dumb shit.
Yep,
The
I
cat
agree.
stuff, the bragging about him placed in the fucking Supreme Court people. Like, just shut the fuck up, dude. Just shut up. You might actually win.
MVP, you're right. We know that's left to right. Same bird, different lies. And that's what I said earlier. You need to look at the person you're going to vote for because we all know they've already been in politics. We know this. You need to go and see what they've done in the past versus what they're putting out of their mouths. What actions have they taken before?
I took up the whole driveway. My husband's like, babe, can I park with you?
Maybe I got to think about that one.
Right. I guess I'll scoot over and let you come home. But I mean,
I do
yeah,
that.
I don't know. Politicians, all of them. I just wish they would get up there and talk about the issues. I really do. I wish they would, stop with all the dumb shit. Well, and thinking about like, what are you shaking your head about? Come here,
You're
what?
getting scolded for parking.
Y'all want to hear him cry? Here, what's wrong?
I don't get no pillows. I don't get no bed. I don't get no driveway. I don't get nothing.
No steak for you tonight.
She said, no steak for you tonight.
Oh, he's too funny.
He talks about stealing. He's got all the pillows and the damn blanket.
That's right. Besides, your working nights. He can have them all those 5 nights you're working.
Right? And oh, I know what I was gonna say. And hammer to what you're saying. A lot of not all of it, but a lot of stuff we're still, and I think this is probably the last year that we can use this as an excuse. But regardless, it is still, I mean, it's still affecting us. The shit with this pandemic, and I mean, you shut down the whole fucking world, and everybody expects it just to be like bling overnight. It just doesn't work like that. So yeah, it's taken about 4 years, and hopefully, whoever gets in office is able to keep things going. I understand a lot of people are like, but some are this and but some are that. I get it. It sucks. All of it sucks. All of the government, left and right. That's why I don't label myself as left or right. I'm a person that's in the middle. I vote on people, not I vote on policies. You know what I mean? Like I don't give a fuck about what side you're on. If what I believe in is, and this is how everybody should vote. If it's something that means to you and it's, whatever, whoever it is, then that's the person you vote for. And right now, women's rights, civil rights, and homelessness is a huge fucking ticket for me. And so whoever is talking about oppressing those 3 subjects will not ever get my vote. So find out your subjects, see who's working with them, and that's who you vote for.
And Tally, he was not, and trust me, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm really not. But he did not draft. He did not dodge a draft. There are medical reasons they will not take people into the military.
Man, he looks
is what?
medical reason not to do it. Okay, let's not even.
Well, and I know, but it is a true reason. Before he ever was old enough to go, that was a true reason that the military would not accept you. I know they're rolling at me. You can roll.
It's like my gristle in my thumb doesn't work. I can't go be in the military. My toupee won't stay on right. I can't go in the military.
It'd probably be more realistic if he said his toupee wouldn't stay on in the military. That's probably more acceptable than bone spurs. Just saying.
You mean like bone spurs? You can't fucking go and you can't go serve your country because you have a bone spur. Okay, all right, cool. Well then, guess what? You shouldn't be fucking president either if you can't.
Hey, bone spurs are very painful. And then you have to shave the little boogers down and be off your feet for 6 weeks.
What'd you say?
I said bone spurs can be very painful, and then if they shave them down, you have to be off your feet for 6 weeks.
Yeah, I get it. Love sucks.
Just saying. Bone spurs. How much did he pay for that to pay that doctor for a diagnosis? I
Thank
don't know.
you. Exactly. How old was he when he was having his bone spurs?
I don't know. Bull, they can waive
Why
medical
couldn't he
reasons.
have bone spurs? Is that what's wrong with his mouth? He has bone spurs of the mouth, so he just shits out whatever he wants.
See, Hammer, they are very painful. That's what I just got done saying. They're very painful.
Well, no disrespect to your pains, Hammer. I'm not trying to be a insensitive bitch. I'm just saying. I don't think that motherfucker had any bone spurs. The bone spurs of the mouth.
Well,
Shut the fuck up.
it's like
See,
Tim Walsh.
it's one thing if I get on here and I'm just raging and I'm upset and I'm just like, fuck this, fuck that, fuck you, fuck that, blah, blah, blah. I'm not running the fucking country. I might be running a community, but I'm not running a country. There's a difference.
Well, it's just like Tim Waltz. Everybody, and I'm going to tell you, Tim Waltz did serve our country. And they're saying because he took a retirement and didn't go off to the Middle East, that he purposely did that. No, if you look at the paperwork on Tim Waltz, because it's out there, the date he put in for his retirement was a delayed retirement. He was entitled to that. So you can't, I'm not going to let people say it about Tim Waltz either. You see where I'm coming from? I can see both of them.
Yeah, 100%. And I'll be honest, Hammer, I didn't know much about the Tim Waltz guy, right? Until here recently that he came, he's now VP. Um, I was kind of slightly hoping that Bashir got it, but then again, I was happy that he didn't because honestly, I want him to run on his own ticket if he runs for president. I would like to see him go into the Senate or Congress or whatever the fuck it is after his governancy, and then maybe work himself up to DC or just go. I want him to be on his own ticket. I didn't want his ticket. I think that because of some of Kamala's stuff, I think she could have hurt him on his being on his ticket. So I was kind of glad that he didn't get picked. So when the Tim guy came and got picked, and because again, we all hear Kamala's not definitely my first pick. It's who we have, and it's who is willing to at least say that she's going to do something on the three things I care about. So that's the reason why I'm making the vote that I'm making. Because I think even if Trump came out and said, "Oh, I'll redo everything," da, 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 I think that's just him talking shit and gaslighting to get himself in office. Because the Project 2025 thing worries me. So, and I get it, it's a think tank and all that, but the difference between this think tank and other think tanks is before this one's been put in play, we already see some of the stuff that it's talking about happening.
Oh, I'm living proof in my state. They're already doing what that think tank has been talking about. And I will tell you, I wasn't happy, and I'm still not happy. She picked Tim Walz. But first of all, I lived in Minnesota. Second of all, I have family in Minnesota. So I have a little bit of resentment to that man, but I'm not going to totally mark him off that he would do a good job.
And two, Hammer said Project is not Trump. Project is Trump. Project 2025 is Trump, and I can prove it if you're willing to look at some videos that I'll post on my community page, where there are people that were in his cabinet that sat actively on his cabinet and will be in his cabinet again if he becomes president because him and they have already announced that. But yeah, he can try to distance himself all he wants from that. But yeah, he knows about Project 2025. These are his people that are coming up with it. And come on, we all know how much of a narcissistic. And listen, there's nothing wrong. I think a little narcissism is healthy, okay? I know people use narcissistic. They throw that word around a lot. But I think everybody can be, especially if you're an alpha style type of person, you can be a little bit narcissistic. And there's nothing wrong with it as long as it's not abusing people, harming people. It can actually work in business sometimes, right? You have to be a little narcissistic to actually be very successful in business. I know people don't realize that, but some people don't, but you do. But as narcissistic as he is, and not in a good way, in my opinion, is because, I mean, like, do you really think that all people that used to sit in his cabinet and his buddies and his friends and people that will be placed in his cabinet if he wins, you think that none of them having conversations about this? So, and I'm not going to say that there's things that the Democrat is talking about doing that I don't agree with every single thing that they do. I think sometimes, I mean, I'm progressive, but I'm not super progressive. So sometimes I'm like, damn. Sometimes I wonder if we're moving super, because we're moving really fast in some sense, but then in some sense we're moving really slow. So yeah, I don't know. I just find it very hard to believe that anybody with a sound mind can honestly think that Trump knows nothing about Project 2025, especially at this point when there's been more than enough evidence, video recording, not AI, should come out and show that he's tied to it. So that's just my opinion.
I have compared the two. And when people tell me that Trump has nothing to do with 2025, that is untrue. But then I also ask them, have you read Project 2025 and Agenda 47, which is on Trump's website?
It is.
Have you read and compared? And you know what the answer I get? No. Well, how do you know? Because
Well,
it
my
has,
opinion is, oh, sorry, go ahead, Christine.
no, go ahead. Okay. So, in my opinion, until you read the both of them and you compare the bullet points, you can't tell me it's not. I don't care what that man says. You know, there's a little joke here. You know how a politician's lying? Their mouth is moving. So, there's that. I do think. And it is proven his think tank from 2016, he started implementing things from that think tank in 2017. They're
Yep.
there. You just have to find them.
Go back and do your research, connect the dots. And it's my opinion because I'm talking on a platform to people that I know don't have the same opinion of mine. But my opinion is based on facts as well, because these are people that sat on his during his presidency setting. These are people that worked for him, that are his fucking right hand. They've already been tied together. Now, if people don't want to do the homework and see that I'm not here to convince anybody. That's why I say it's my opinion, because I want everybody to have their opinions as well. But he's definitely been connected to the Project 2025. Again, you can't tell me people in his cabinet, they're the ones doing this. And these are the same people that he's even said here recently that some of these people are be in his cabinet. So, well, you can talk about the Stellar Valor. The only thing that I heard on the Stellar Valor, as far as what everybody's making a big deal about, and yeah, he misspoke or whatever, but out of every single thing, out of all these candidates, if you think that's the one thing I'm worried about, I'm not. And I come from a military family.
I
And my
come from a
military
military.
family's not worried about that either. There's way too many bigger issues to worry about if he misspoke over something or not. That's just my opinion.
I love BP. I should become a paid professional liar. The money I could be rolling in with political hush money. You and me both, because I fact check.
How about Harris letting innocent people sit in jail? Yeah, well, a lot of politicians are responsible for a lot of people being incarcerated, and they shouldn't have been. 100%.
And
Again, she is not the person that I say is all that. But let me also ask you, how many of those people did she have arrested? How many people? Because you all act like it's, I want to know the number, because the people stand on this. Have you looked into this? Do you know how many people? One person is too many, but at the same time, and what has happened since she's done that? I'll wait. With her and Biden, because Biden also is responsible for a lot of people being incarcerated. But what have they done since then? Can we all say that maybe we all made some bad decisions in our time in life, and because of maturity and growth and different environments and different learning skills, and the whole fucking world is learning and changing? Maybe it's different. I mean, weed's legal now.
we were talking about that earlier. How many people are still sitting in prison from a weed charge 15 years ago?
And none of them. And how many
Ridiculous.
presidents allowed that to happen? She's a VP. Show me a VP that's done anything, and then I'll hold her more of a standard as far as the VP goes. But
Well,
and again, I'm
they're
not making an excuse for her, but I look at people when they're a part of these bills and different things like that, and then try to see did they progress any time in their career to now, because I think Joe Biden today to where Joe Biden is fucking 20 years ago is a huge progressive. That's just my opinion, because I think he did a lot of shit back in the day that black and brown people are locked up over.
yeah, and
Then it's
Joseph,
also hold on, wait a minute. It's also Republicans or people that don't like Biden and Harris that'll say these use same talking points, but then vote for a party that is all about law and order. So what's
yeah,
the difference?
and Joseph was talking about when she was DA.
Right. So since she's been a DA, right? Since she's been a DA, which was many, many moons ago, and to where she's a VP, has her thought process changed since then? Or is she still like a Mitch McConnell that believes the same way that he was when he first got in office and to this day? It's one thing about politicians, and I'm not making an excuse for them at all, but you have to look at when you're looking at things. Yeah, there's a politician, every single thing about a politician. I think all of us can find things that we don't like. But it's funny when it's one thing when a Democrat argues with me about this conversation, but when people, and I'm not saying Joseph is a Republican, I just have this comes from a lot of Republicans usually when this is brought up. How can you say that when Trump is talking about giving police more immunity and shit? And Republicans are big on law and order. They're big on police states. So what's the
Yeah,
difference?
there's issues, and I understand when she was DA what happened, and I also understand that the men she had fighting the wildfires instead of releasing them like they should have, it shouldn't have happened. It did
Right.
happen, but those people were looked at as heroes though too. They saved lives and homes. They're looked at as heroes, so you have to give them that credit too.
Well, and then I mean, again, it ain't just the drug, the people sitting on weed charges. What about the mom that got in trouble for fucking truancy or whatever? You know what I mean? So again, there's
Yeah,
things that I'm very aware. I'm not walking in any of this blindly. I know exactly who the fuck I'm talking. Both these idiots. But for me, with women's rights, police brutality, homelessness, and civil rights on the fucking I've watched since 2020 how bad all and not even since 2020 shit for a long time these things have been effective and more and more and more and more and more effective. So like I just don't understand how people can try to condemn her because people are in jail, but then say Trump is cool and he wants to give police immunity. How does that make sense?
well, and he's spoken about these people in that are like in Washington at the Gulag or the J6ers that have been charged, and he's talking about pardoning them at all. They broke the
Fuck the
law.
J6ers. I don't even. I mean, not fuck the J6ers, but dude, they talking about pardoning fucking Chavez. Like we always break. Fuck the J6ers. Like, and I don't mean fuck the
Oh, I
J6ers,
agree.
but like
I
Chavez.
know.
That's who he's talking about pardoning. Now I'm not saying whether the J6ers get pardoned or not. I don't care either way. Is what I'm meaning by that. But like Chavez, the guy
Yeah.
that killed George Floyd, that you're having you want to give him what? And Joseph, I will agree with you on that. That's why, listen, both sides are going to fuck us over. Only
They don't
reason
care.
I vote, the only reason I vote is because women died for my things. I was going to take it down. Women died. Women
Okay,
died.
stop. You take it down.
Women died for my right to vote. And so I will always vote because of that. I stand on that principle. But I clearly understand that neither side give a fuck about us. I'm just, having casual conversations about, well, Summer, she's got people locked up, da 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 da, when she was a DA. Okay, but you know what? Also, how many child predators did she put away as she was a DA?
That's right.
So there's good and bad in everything. How many child predators has Trump put away? Or his VP?
He'd let them all
How
out.
many, or can you say how many child predators does Trump and his VP hang out with or have hang out with? Now, Biden as well, and shit, all of them.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? So it's like we can argue over one point, like, okay, she had people in jail because of weed. First of all, does anybody know the number that she prosecuted? And second of all, since we want to talk about what she prosecuted, cool. Do y'all know about how many numbers of predators and abusers that she also prosecuted and put away? And how many children she saved? And women as a DA? Nobody wants to talk about that. And since that's what I care about, that's probably who I'm gonna vote for. Because I'm tired of people using children and victims as a fucking hashtag. Save our children ain't working for me. I want to see motherfuckers that are going to stand on that. That's why I stand behind Andy Bashir so much. He's the first AG, well, first person I ever knew in my life that I physically got to watch and stand right next to as he prosecuted police and judges for trafficking and child abuse. I'll stand with that man no matter what. Because it's the points that I care about. And so that's why I understand people that like Trump and that they stand on the points that he does that they care about. That's why I don't get mad at people for who they vote for. But I'm gonna talk my shit. Always. I don't, but you know what? Tory qualified immunity for me is a no on civil and criminal. It's a no. Why let them get away with shit? Because see, that's what they do. They go and kill people or they destroy people's lives, and then they have all these lawsuits. That's the only times half the time these families get justice. Because then they investigate themselves and of course they haven't done anything. Like the two officers that have just been talked out of, some of the charges for not all, but some of the charges have been dropped for the Breonna Taylor stuff. Because they investigate they fucking selves. So no, I don't believe any cop should have immunity like that, especially more. Well, and Hammer, that's what I was saying. I'm not saying fuck J6. I'm not saying it like that, but like when she talks about him giving them immunity, or not immunity, but giving them a pardon, you know what I mean? Like people are like, oh, J6ers, fuck that. Like not fuck them. If they get a pardon, fine. If they don't get a pardon, I don't, you know what I mean? Like it's not my battle, not my fight. I don't care either way, to be honest with you. But now the Chavez thing, you're gonna give him a pardon? That's the issue I have with. Sometimes y'all gotta, when y'all learn how I talk, I cuss a lot and I'll be like, fuck all that. But I'm not necessarily meaning fuck all that. I'm just like, they're not the point right now. They're not the bigger point to me in that argument. To me, if I was to leave that conversation, I would be like, man, he's talking about giving fucking pardon to Chavez. And Christine does, because we talk about it constantly.
Yep. And I don't think he should. And just like some of the charges of the people that were with him have been dropped down, released, concurrent sentences running, those are the officers that were with him. They ran concurrent sentences. So after 2 years in prison, they're out on probation now because their sentences ran concurrent. I don't believe in that either. I think that whomever was involved in George Floyd's death with Derek Chauvin should also have completed their sentence and not run concurrent. That's a problem.
And as far as the trafficking money, okay, let me explain something to you all. And you might want to go back and look on some bills and different things like that. Trump didn't do a goddamn thing for trafficking survivors, okay? What only thing he did was sign, which he's the president. No matter, we had been working on that bill for that funding to come through for a very long time. When you seen all those women, I had an opportunity to go there that day. I did not take it. But you see all those women, half of those women that were standing up there are survivor sisters of mine. I know them. They worked their asses off. Then the other half of the people that were up there were amazing allies to this fucking movement for decades, and decades have been working on shit. So I'm sorry, respectfully, Trump doesn't get credit for that. He did exactly what any governor or president in his position would do, because governors also sign those type of things. Because I've been with Andy when he signed things and for us into permission, and the governor before that. So please don't insult the movement by saying a predator helped us get money. He did what he was supposed to do, and he did his fucking job, and he signed the paper. So, respectfully. These people, I mean, go back and look how long that should have been getting worked on before it got there. It's not wow, it's facts. So, whether shit, that's like what was before Andy Bashir, who was the governor? I always forget his fucking name because he's such a twit. Black brown hair. Anyway, I can't remember his fucking name. I see him, I just can't remember his name. He hates teachers, I know that. A lot of one of my survivor sisters, Michelle, here. This woman found out that rape kits and the different things like that had been sitting on the shelves for fucking decades. Victims were not getting the help they need or anything like that. That woman worked her ass off. She got people to sponsor her shit, to the legislations and all that kind of different, the bills and all that shit that you have to do and get the laws and all that. Then about I don't know how many years she worked on it, but after a while of working on it, finally, the governor that was there, he was sitting in play that time. We have a big ceremony. He signs the law in place. Everybody gets a fancy dancy pin. So yeah, no, it's not. I can't do that. Trump's a predator. I will never mix words when it comes to that.
I was talking and unmuted. Damn, I gotta remember to unmute. No. I was just saying that
I'm
we
gonna
can
mute up
talk.
for a second because I just looked at the time. I gotta get dressed and get ready for
Okay,
work.
you get dressed and mute up. NATO triggered that war on Troy. Let's see, I'm going to go back, Troy. Sorry, I was really into this human trafficking and Trump paying for that. And I was just saying that Summer's been very involved with human trafficking and even going to New York when the trials were there. And she has read the insides and out, things that I'm not aware of, nor would I know where to look, but she does.
Well, I
And
know the people that are working on these bills and
right.
these laws that are getting passed because this is again, you can protest, you can do all these, you can vote, you can do all these different things, but that's not what's going to fix our world. You also have to get involved on a legislation level. And so when you're involved, that's the whole reason I went out to DC. That was the whole reason that we just went to DC and went to that huge conference, was because we're going to be putting all kinds of legislation and stuff in formation.
Yeah. And those are the things that we need to look at. And we really need to look at, even again, local and state, our senators, our congressmen, our governors, our commissioners. And we have got to see where they stand, because there is so much human trafficking still to this day. And we don't think it's happening. And it's happening right under our nose. It's getting so bad. Even truckers are learning to look for the signs.
So I'm gonna, and we also help with that. You know why truckers have all the numbers and different things like that in their cabs and stuff like now is because, sorry, I get excited about this and I'm like, ugh.
I know you do.
It's because a bunch of survivors worked with Truckers Against Truck Driving. Truckers Against Trafficking. And if you don't believe, you can go to the website, you can look back some years, you'll see all of our shit on there, our quotes and everything like that. But to get truckers educated. Truckers Against Truck Driving, yes, Kim, love you, is the one that, and it was survivor led. It was all of us that belong to the National Survivor community and help with that. You know what I mean? That's what's really cool about ally organizations, because a lot of people are pulling in survivors and survivor leaders, is what I would be called, to help make these decisions and help pass these laws and get the things going, because allies can know because they care, but allies haven't experienced it. And so that's why you're seeing so much in the last 15 years of awareness and noise about human trafficking, is because so many survivors turn into survivor leaders and have been sharing their stories, have been sharing their, just everything. And so, and then also, trafficking is worse right now than it ever has been. And I'll tell you how. Nike, Google, and Starbucks combined, all their profits combined, still trafficking makes more than that. And trafficking used to be number 3, and then number 2 was drugs, and number 1 was guns. It is now drugs, trafficking, and guns. Yeah. And then they're expecting trafficking to be number 1 within the next 10 years if we don't get a hold on it. And that's here in our country. And those are statistics. You can look all that shit up. I know I'm a little ditzy sometimes, but we put a lot of hard work in, and that's why certain things I won't budge on, because I'm there. I'm a part of some of this shit. Yes, a little uneducated girl from Kentucky. God sees
And it
bigger
was
plans for me than most of you all do. Not you all, but the world.
it was Matthew Bevins who was
Yeah,
governor
Bevins,
before.
that's it. I fucking can't
There you
stand
go.
him, dude. Oh, he was a piece of shit. He hates teachers. He pissed so many teachers off of this fucking state. It wasn't even funny. Bevin, yeah.
It has been, Susan, but the problem is, and it's not really a problem, we're recognizing it and we're recognizing the victims, and the cycle has to get broke. And that's part of the problem. Even if you go to any of your states, especially the ones that are on the East Coast, for some reason, and I guess because of 95, we are the thoroughfare. And even our EMS and EMTs are being trained how to identify and handle men, women, children that have been trafficking. For example, one of them was beat. When you go there, if there's an adult there and another adult there and they decline transfer with EMS, they are now looking for those signs, because there are ways that our EMS and EMT can get them to the hospital. And your hospitals, the first line is your ERs. And they have been training for years now on how to help spot. And I don't know if any of you have been to the ER in the last 5 years, but when you go in and they're doing an assessment, you may or may not notice they will ask the person that is with them to step out while they do this or that, and that's what we look for when we see somebody hovering, or the person that can speak won't speak and that person's with them is speaking for them. That is a huge sign. And even with runaways, the truckers and runaways, if there is a runaway anywhere in the United States, there is a line where a trucker will get you to a safe place or back home, anywhere, no questions asked. You have to look at that. Even like Katrina, there's numbers all over the bathrooms about human trafficking in the casinos up here. They're everywhere. They're even going into mall bathrooms, because normally the opposite sex is the one that is trafficking them, and they will not go into the bathrooms with them, and we have to give them some type of helpline. And whether they memorize it, snap it, write it down, do something, call at that time, somebody is going to be there to answer that phone. We have got to stop this human trafficking. It has to be that way. We have too many victims, and the cycle for generations isn't stopping. And you stop one person at a time. You change one person's life who's a victim, and you make them, let them, allow them to realize they're not the victim. Even like with some of our predators, majority of them, and I think it's like 90 something percent, the reason they have become predators is because um, they were a victim, and that cycle hasn't been stopped. So that's why human trafficking is so big across the entire United States, trying to get education to the first line of defenses. Even our law enforcement, and I know, just like everybody else knows, we have some dirty law enforcements, but you may come across law enforcement that may have that empathy or may see things going on and help that victim. It has happened, but do we still totally trust? No. Just like, people don't trust law enforcement because they're dirty. People don't trust certain races, certain areas of the United States. People won't go into an ER because they don't feel they're going to get the proper treatment. And it's a mind thing that we need to change. 911 is trained. Yes, 911 is trained to handle the calls. If in a bad situation, they act like you're ordering pizza, and they will know when to pick up the cues. Absolutely. Yeah, not so much there, Susan. It is here, and we've got to stop the cycle. And there's people like Summer and all these other groups, like Summer was just talking about Rising Phoenix and Bowling Green. It's the same thing, and everybody don't make it known. That's why some of these safe houses for women and I've seen a few for men that you can try to see if they're there, and they're not going to disclose that information because they need to make sure you're safe. And that triggers a lot of the predators or a lot of the people that are trafficking because they're not getting the information they want. So it's really important that we all pick up on these cues and we all stand. And, you know, Katrina kind of made a little joke earlier, but I'm going to do it now, is something about the fact, I can't scroll all the way back, but something about the fact you don't want to vote for a cop to be president, but you vote for a felon. And I know, I've heard it just like everybody else, his 34 charges that he has been found guilty on. And in September, I believe September 18th is when his sentencing. Half the people think that he's not going to get sentenced. Some of the other people think he's going to get sentenced. Doesn't matter. It's the point that we need to bring it forward. Human trafficking been going on for years. It's just now being noticed with all the attention of the survivors telling their stories. And KS, you are 100% correct. I can't tell you, and I know people myself that it was never spoken of. They didn't speak of it. They felt they were all alone. They were submitted into these victim mentalities, and all they need to do, once you tell that story once, it gets easier to continue to tell it. And Katrina, yeah, the left is voting for a cop and the right is voting for a felon. So which one are we doing? I don't know. And like I have said numerous times, and this is where channels like Summer, it doesn't matter, I don't think the way Summer thinks, or I'm not going to vote the way Summer votes, or I'm not going to look the way Summer looks. We're still welcome. I don't know who I'm voting for. Hell, I may not even know to the day I walk in there. I know both parties have me nervous, as it should the entire United States. We have huge signs. Susan's saying we have huge signs in the UK. The government supports females. Social services allow children to go back into bad households to get killed. And yeah, and that's part of the problem I spoke of earlier, Susan, that even with some of the homes that when the children are being taken away from CPS, they're going into foster care. Sometimes it's not any better. And it's, who knows? I don't know the answers. I wish I did. I wish there was a simple sign that could tell me the answers. And there's not. And we as Americans and across the world have got to decide that we're going to stand up for something. Number two, I follow the law. So does the attorney. It is. But number two, are our laws really up to date? Are some of them obsolete for what we're facing in today's society and what we're going to continue facing? I can tell you, the laws are obsolete. They need to be changed. They do here too, Susan. CPS will leave kids in bad homes or put them in a bad home. You're right, KS. And that's what we have got to stop too. And again, there's no answer, but we all have to start looking around and what can we do? One person at a time. Sometimes it's just be in the listening ear and let somebody speak of it. And that's what we have to do. Because I promise you, somebody speaks out loud about it. I don't care if it's to one person. They understand that they're not the problem. They're the victim. And then they become more comfortable in speaking. And that's what changes other people into speaking. And that's exactly what Summer does and all these other outreach programs throughout the United States. That's a different issue. Those laws we got, fair or not. They are the laws we have. And in order to change those laws, That's where we need to start looking at what can we do as a nation, as a country, as a world. What can we do? If everybody says, oh, that's the law, moves on, nothing ever changes. We all become stagnant. And being stagnant isn't doing ourselves any good, or our country any good, or our world any good. It gets tough. And I think we are on the cusp of changes. And it depends what direction we go. Do we vote for what the whataboutisms? Do we vote for what they've shown in the past? And something's going to give, but as we said, it's never going back to the way it was, the way we thought that, oh, those were the good old days. Our children and grandchildren aren't going to see what we saw, aren't going to have what we had. They're working harder, but there's also a lot more working smarter. Since 2020 and 2021, there's been a whole lot more small businesses, and that's who we have to support to keep them in instead of our big box stores. One of the biggest human trafficking rings in the USA is CPS. Not every agency, but a lot of them, and send kids into trafficking homes where over 50,000 kids go missing from CPS. They ran away from one home. They get them from one home and put them in another home, and they run away. Those kids should be better off in foster care here. They might be, but not here in the United States all the time. Not sure how mass deportation and a law will make the lives of the poor better. Number two, it's a good thing you brought that up because I have said Trump is standing on a massive deportation. Okay? Everybody's complaining. The migrants are getting this, they're getting that, they don't belong here. How much money is Trump, if Trump wins presidency, how much money is that administration going to pay? And it has to be billions of dollars for mass deportation. Can't that money be used to figure out and cipher through and help every American, whether they're a migrant, an immigrant, a U.S. citizen? Can't those billions of dollars be used for that? I've questioned this. I've questioned where's the billions of dollars coming for this mass deportation. We know it's not millions. It's going to be in the billions. Are people going to be knocking on people's door? If you have a name of Alvarez or Menendez or Jesus, are you going to be questioned? I know just in the counties that I pay attention to here in Florida, if you look at the arrest, they'll show what the arrest is. They'll show if there's a bond. And normally on anybody that has ICE written underneath it, there's no bond because they have to verify with ICE or you have to have the right paperwork to stay in the U.S. or they're deporting you. I don't know about the rest of you, but I have seen numerous times with my own eyes, white vans, they're ICE vans. They are driving around our cities here in Florida, grabbing people. They're kidnapping, basically. They don't know if these people are here legally or illegally, but they're grabbing them until verification of paperwork or verification that they are a U.S. citizen or they have the right paperwork to stay in the United States. That makes no sense to me. Why are we doing it? Why are we spending all this millions of dollars doing it now? And I can just imagine the billions they're going to spend on mass deportation. And number two, what do you think it's going to cost? And how is that going to be done? The United States is a melting pot. And I will tell you, I have family. I come from a Hispanic family with a Hispanic last name. All my cousins, well, not all, but a lot of my cousins, especially the males, they have a Hispanic last name. Sissy, you have a great night too, and thank you for coming by today. The impact on the kids. Oh, I hate seeing CPS going into homes with armed police to gain entry with no warrants. the impact on the kids. And that's going to be a life scar forever. And in Cali, illegals can get a home for free if they've lived here for 10 years, and if they sell, they owe the bank the money. And if here legally, you can walk into a bank and get a loan with no papers. KS, I think you need to look that over a little bit. I reviewed that, and what they're doing is low interest, and they are making it fair, but you still have to have some type of documentation that A, you're working. They're not just giving the money away for free. I'd have to pull up the paperwork that I pulled off that Cali bill and look at it a little bit more. It's not exactly what people are saying. Some migrant that does not have the paperwork cannot go into the bank and get a loan for free. It's not happening that way. They get a loan and the bank can't stop them. That's not true. Pull up the paperwork. I looked through it. Do I agree with some of it? No. They're giving them low interest rates. They are giving them no down payments. All that stuff is not right. I'll give you an example. I have sons that are in their 30s. I have one son who is in the process of buying a home, and the paperwork and the amount of money that he needs in the bank to get that loan is unreal. It just blows my mind, the things he needs. And he was in the Navy. He got out. He has furthered his education, has a PhD. Shouldn't be that hard for him to get a home loan, but it is. Katrina, human trafficking in Connecticut casinos. Hey, Jonathan, how are you? No, she was saying that there is a number because there are numbers for human trafficking victims, and they're in the bathrooms in the casinos in Connecticut, as well as any other casino or public place where there could possibly be human trafficking. So it's everywhere. And Nartu, you're right. We're talking billions of dollars. Where's that money coming from? That's what I want to know. Nobody can answer me. I've looked through Trump and his website, and I have no clue where they're planning on getting that money from, especially that he wants to double what the military gets right now. Again, we're talking billions of dollars. I don't understand. And Jonathan, you really need to realize on human trafficking. I mean, you work in the school system, is my understanding. It's there. Just watch your kids. Our buses have the numbers, but I don't think they need to do a 3-digit number that route to that number. Our business, okay. Cass, I know I read pretty good YouTube typing, but I'm lost on that one. Lots of casinos go through those. Lots of money goes through those casinos. It's hand in hand, absolutely. UK is a great example of where the culture wars and the xenophobia in politics led to. Ask Susan, Mohegan's son. Yeah. So human trafficking is going to be a huge thing. And with Trump coming in and more women's rights are being taken away, and I feel if Trump gets an administration, women are going to be made to feel less superior than men. And they're already doing it by taking our bodies' choices away. That's a huge issue. So I'm just saying, and again, these are my beliefs and only my beliefs. And I'll reiterate, I don't know which one. I think Tim Walz and Kamala Harris, I think they're too progressive for my thoughts. I think that's part of the problem is the progressiveness, but we have to have some progressive going on. I think Trump is being way too restrictive and conservative. And so that's where I'm stuck in the middle. The 800 number for people of human trafficking needs to be like numbers or like 911 that would route to an 800 number. KS, and I know that is being worked on, has been worked on for years. It's just so hard. Just like I think it's what, 211 or something right now. There's a 3-digit number. Again, I have that written down, and I'm sorry, guys, I'm not on that area of my phone right now. There's a 3-digit number for somebody who's in crisis, homelessness, things like that. They will get you to the proper resources, people that you need to speak with. So that's kind of what they're speaking about, and I hope it does come into fruition. That would be an excellent thing and maybe help drop. So we've covered a lot today, a whole lot today. Let's see, I'm just looking through. 211 United Way. 988 is for a crisis. Thank you, KSO4. I have those numbers because I use them. I just don't got a real good memory with numbers some days. Reading, I can tell you, yes. Those numbers, I write them down, and it's like not so much. And those are numbers that we need to remember. And 988 is important across the United States. And 211 is just as important. But what we're hoping for is that 988 is used a little bit more so that when there is a 911 call and law enforcement are not trained to help those crises all the time, and mental health is a huge thing in the United States. So that's where we're coming into problems at. I'm just saying. And I want everybody to remember that we can all have different opinions. We can all think differently. We can all say differently. We can all have different beliefs, but we're all human, and that's what makes the world go round. I couldn't imagine being in an echo chamber and I have to think the same way as you, because life would get pretty darn boring really fast. And Jonathan, how are you today? Yeah, human trafficking is huge. And Tommy V, thank you very much for posting all that. And KSO4, I really will go through that bill that came through California. Christine, did you get an ear about did you get ear about the backlash against DeSantis? Which backlash? Apparently not. Is it about the state parks? Because that's part of the problem that we're having here in Florida. God only knows what DeSantis did now. I have kind of locally we've had an issue, and I know DeSantis is going to be doing some really not good things for Florida probably in the next 2 years because he can't run for governor again. Oh yeah, Jonathan, I have the emails and the numbers and everything, and DeSantis. Everybody's blaming DeSantis, but there's a whole lot more people involved in this. There's a group called Folded Honor that's involved with this. And I believe in Michigan or Ohio, they have the same things. Tim Scott is involved with this, and he is running for office in November. So the Department of Environmental Protection is involved with this. The ARC is involved with this. County commissioners. And they're not selling to developers, Jonathan. What they're trying to do, which is what we're stopping them from trying to do, and there was supposed to be meetings on September 2nd, but they've canceled those meetings because before they can do that, since it's state, they have to have public meetings, and they actually have to listen and address the speakers that want to speak, any person. So they've canceled it. And my opinion is, and a lot of other opinions are, that these meetings are not, yes, KS. They're selling out. We'll have another discussion on that. Folds of Honor, the military organization, yes, they are trying to make money, greed, coming into our state parks and putting resorts in there, putting golf courses in there, pickleball courses. John Dickinson State Park, which is South Florida, that was supposed to have public meetings and go to the ARC. And the ARC is an architectural review committee. And they're supposed to submit that in and vote on it. And because there's been so much backlash here in Florida that they've delayed everything. And they're claiming they're delaying the John Dickinson one because that's the first one put up. John Dickinson State Park. They are wanting to put a golf course in there, a pickleball course in there. They're trying to claim other state parks, like over on the West Coast, I think, like the Grand Canyon, things like that. They have state parks where they're building. They have built resorts, but the difference is that is a huge state park versus the state parks that are here in Florida. Yeah, no more salt. Yep. I can't stand the organization that do good one day and become evil the next. And KSO4, that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly where we're tracking everything. So I'm just saying. So we have stopped it so far. I mean, and I guarantee you it's not stopped. And we are all paying attention to whistleblowers right now. Every one of us have become whistleblowers. We have all signed up for the Department of Environmental Protection, all their information. There has been FOIAs coming out. I have on this phone through a FOIA of them wanting to wait for this vote because A, they're using any excuses that our snowbirds aren't back in Florida. So they're up north. They're coming back for the for the winter season. So A, they're claiming we're waiting for that. B, they're claiming that they have set up just an hour throughout the state for a question from the general public because they legally have to do that. They have delayed it. And what we feel they're trying to do is find, as we call their loopholes, they are trying to figure out a way that they can pass this through without us public, without the general John Doe, Jane Doe, Christine, I almost said my last name, sorry, not being aware of this and not going to public meetings and signing petitions. That's what we have been doing. Now, we set a phone number out, and I have a thing that we have sent a number out to the governor, to the senators, to Environmental Protection Agency, that last week the wait time to voice your complaint was 30 minutes. Today it was at only 6 minutes. So now we're putting it out there even more. Jonathan, do I think they'll get away with it? I really don't know. It's hard to say, but we're not going down without a fight. Sunday, in 2 of the different state park areas, there were protesters out there, and there was huge turnouts. It will never stop until the rich and the big corporations and the big lobbyists get kicked out of the USA to the smaller businesses and family-owned. Democrats and Republican voters are fighting back. Yes, Jonathan, this has nothing to do with Democrats or Republican. Those names on there are Democrats and Republicans. So yes, it's not a Democrat-Republican thing. And I will be honest with you, Sunday at one of the protests, somebody did bring a kind of a not nice sign, and we shut that down really, really fast. Because it's not about Trump, it's not about DeSantis, it's not about Scott, it's not about this hold of honor. It's about fighting back to keep our state parks state parks. Who wants modern day slavery? Trump does. Susan, that could very well be a point. And it won't. And I just don't want them to sell out our state parks. I don't know how many of you have ever been to Florida or visited one of the state parks. We have dunes, we have wildlife, we have birds, our environment is what's natural environment to Florida. And they think bring in a 350 room hotel, a golf course, and pickleball is going to make it easier access for more people? Not so much. We're fighting it. So we'll see. Jonathan, Chaos, and Chaos. Yeah, you need to look up that organization more on Folds of Honor. And they claim they're working with veterans, but what they're doing is making money and putting these things into state parks across the country. It's crazy what we're seeing. They're everywhere. They buy everything and they hedgehog. Absolutely, they do. 100%. And the only way we're doing is fighting back. So we're seeing, we're trying. I just, the only thing to do, like I said, each one of you can make a difference. You don't think you can make a difference with just one at a time. But when you get more, like we have been doing in Florida, pulling these petitions, we have thousands and tens of thousands of signatures on these petitions. And that's why out of DC came this letter via FOIA request. Now, we'll see how much more FOIA requests they're going to do and how hard they're going to make these FOIA requests. But you got to do something. You got to stand for something. So, I don't know. We've kind of covered a lot today. And Summer's getting ready for work. And at this point, I think we're going to go ahead and shut it down. We might be back later. If not, look for Summer on Wednesday for outreach. I think she'll be there. I appreciate everybody coming and thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep up the work. But 90% of the grocery store Thursday in the USA and Amazon, Walmart, and the rest, along with Tyson, owns beef, chicken, and pork markets, even though they're under the names. You're right. They do, Chaos. You're right. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and shut this down. I know Summer's getting ready for work, and maybe we'll be back later. And if not, you all be safe out there and care for one another. Thanks, guys. Bye.